In the morning when I'm driving, I really come alive when I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. They are rare and they are few who can compare with RonyiQ. So grab a chair, she's coming through. She's on the air, it's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. RonyiQ. It's time for RonyiQ. In the morning while I'm driving, Ronnie, I really come alive when it's time for RonyiQ. I listen to my Ronnie, I listen to my Ronnie. It's time for RonyiQ.
Good morning, grand rising. Thank you all for being here. Hit the like button if you enjoy the program. Let's inspire some people. Let's get into some news. Shall we? I hope you guys, if you didn't watch, Prince Charles, King Charles, I have to get accustomed to calling him King Charles, showed up at the White House this weekend, and he kind of peppered Donald Trump when he addressed Congress. So if you didn't see that, we are going to watch King Charles and how he put the foolishness of this administration on display for being against everything that governs countries, how Donald Trump is doing everything against how a functioning country is governed. So we're not going to act like we did not see that. We're going to talk about Lindsey Graham. Now, we understand that they have making every opportunity for this alleged assassination attempt on 4547 to be a big call. This is why we need the ballroom. But however, Lindsey Graham has come out and also said that the American citizens should pay for this ballroom. Now, didn't your President 4547 say that all of the money was going to be donated, about 200 million, then it went to 250 million, then it went to 300 million, then it went to 350 million, and the last cost that I heard him say, it was 400 million that had been donated for him to build this ballroom. So if you're donating that amount of money to a person, what does that mean? That you have access to ask for favors. Everybody's real clear on that. But Lindsey Graham has found a way to get around it. And he said that we, the taxpayer, will be paying for this $400 million ballroom under the guise of it will be security and it'll have a bunker. And it had a bunker all... the East Wing had a bunker that he tore down. Why is a ballroom? Why is it about national security? How strong the glass is? That wasn't a government event. The White House Correspondents' Dinner is not a government event. We don't give a fuck what size ballroom. We don't care if they go to what are those? What is those little uh, we don't go care if they go to a union hall and have their ballroom. What are those other things called? Where they have little dances and stuff. We don't care where they have their White House Correspondents' Dinner. He never has gone to one while he has been a sitting president. So who cares? He just flew off to Mar-a-Lago the Friday before the dinner, and they didn't even know if he was going to show up at the dinner. He flew off to Mar-a-Lago Friday afternoon saying that he needed to rest and he needed to get rest. And being the fact that he has never gone to one as a sitting president, I really trying to say that it is Jimmy Kimmel's fault. That Jimmy Kimmel did a fake White House correspondence and showed a picture of Melania and said, "Oh, you look very happy, like you're about to be a widow." So, are we going to try to pretend this playing the night before the correspondence dinner is the thing that gave Allen, the alleged shooter, the idea to go to California on a train? Going through Chicago and then going through. So how does that work? How does someone take a train from California and show up in Washington D.C. based upon a skit that Jimmy Kimmel did the night before the dinner? Are we going to try to figure that out, or are we just going to listen to that? Oh, that probably is what happened. Ooh, yeah, we need to get the bullshit. They don't even try hard. They don't even try hard to convince you of anything. Another thing, are we going to forget? Uh, these are some of the things that we're going to talk about today. Are we? Let me see. Uh, Let me see what you got. Hey, foot soldier. Good morning to you. More lies. Uh, if I was, let me see. If I was King Charles, uh, showing up now. Let me put my glasses on. If I was King Charles, as soon as I got back home to London, I'd make sure he was vaccinated against STDs because Trump is a walking disease. What about HMS Bell? I don't know what HMS Bell is. You like the bell? What is the bell? HMS. I'm not sure what you mean. What is HMS? I'm not familiar with that. Now, basically, we had the king addressing Congress, and we had 45, 47. Uh, uh, he posted something about two kings. Now, if you think that he just wants the ballroom that is not slated to be done until he's leaving office, it's not slated to be completed until sometime in late 2029. If you do not think that this man, if you do not think, your Republican government officials who are towing the water with all of these lies, all of this bullshit, wars, this grifting of the Americans' dollar, if you do not think that they would not continue to be complicit if Donald Trump decides not to leave office. Now, it amazes me how Donald Trump has a 33% approval rating with the people and has a 99.9% approval ratings with the Republicans that are in power. Okay, I just wanted to say that. Let me see. The World War II British sub. You didn't watch the dinner speech? No, I did not. I did not. I had started on the dinner speech. I did not finish it. I just could not take it. Now, what are you saying? What about the HMS Bill? I didn't hear the entire dinner speech. I will be honest. I heard I don't know how long it went. It may have went on a little while. I didn't watch the whole speech. I just saw the beginning and I was just like, I just couldn't take it. So maybe we'll watch that together as well. So let's what I did watch the press conference that Todd Blanche had. And Todd Blanche was asked by a reporter how many shots did the alleged assailant shoot. And Todd Blanche, at first he couldn't be sure. At first he said, well, I know Secret Service let off 5 shots. And then he came back around and then he said, well, I do know the assailant, the alleged assailant, he shot off 1 shot, because when you shoot off a shot with that gun, which would be a pump rifle, he said when you shoot off a shot with that gun, the casing doesn't eject until you pump it to shoot off the second shot. So there was a casing in the gun. And then someone asked Todd Blanche, the former Trump attorney who handled Trump case when Trump was convicted for 34 felonies, who is now over our Department of Justice, obviously trying very hard to get Pam Bimbo's job. That Todd Blanche, he stood up in front of the podium and he stood up in front of you. And when they asked him, well, have you guys done ballistics on the bullet? Are you able to say that this accused assailant was the one who shot the bullets? And then Todd Blanche all of a sudden wanted to slow stuff down. We are not in a rush to do any of this. We are going over all of the evidence, and we want to make sure that we get the ballistics correct. And now we're talking about a shotgun. And what did they tell you? A Secret Service agent was shot, and thank God he had a vest. Yes, all of that is true. But what are they trying to get you to believe when they tell you that? They are centering this as if the Secret Service agent was shot by the accused assailant. But what they are not telling you is the ballistics of the bullet. You know, it's kind of like that Tyler Robinson who shot Charlie Kirk. Now, you now found out that the bullets didn't even fit the gun that they were using, that they presented as being the murder weapon. It's kind of like that. Would you put this beyond them? Let me tell you why you can't put it beyond them. Because if you paid attention to the Allen's manifesto, what he said was he was putting birdshot in the rifle. See, you can distinguish bird shots because it's a whole lot of little pellets from an actual bullet. I don't need a ballistic expert to tell me bird shot from a bullet. So are we clear on that they are trying to make you believe that this man shot someone? Okay. Let me share something. How do I know this? I just I just watched Dave Chappelle this past weekend. I saw one Netflix special that I did not see. And guess what I saw on Dave Chappelle's little Netflix special? Let me share this with you. I said, I know better than this. And I don't know. I have never purchased anything for a shotgun. But even I know this. I haven't been around a shotgun, but even I know this. Why? Because I listened to Dave Chappelle. Now, you must understand who else in politics are you familiar with that got shot with bird shot? That would be in the face from close range. That would be the person who went hunting with Dick Cheney. They were hunting for some little small bird, pigeons, uh, uh, pheasants. I don't know what they were hunting for. And Dick Cheney's hunting buddy got shot in the face at close range with bird shot. And as Dave Chappelle will tell you, he didn't know the difference between the bullets anyway. Let me let Dave Chappelle tell you. And I hope, and if I have to take this out, I will take this out. But I hope I do not have to take this out. Let me share this with you.
Done immediately. Got it, and no questions. He just grabbed a 12 gauge shotgun, handed it to me. I need some bullets too. Put 2 box shells on the counter. He said, "All right, buddy, which box do you want?" One box had a picture of some ducks on it. The other box had a picture of some deer. I said, "Well, what's that box with them ducks?" He said, "Oh, that there's bird shot." And then he goes just like this. I'm not exaggerating. He goes, "That won't kill a man." He said, "It'll just pepper him up nicely." I said, "What the fuck? Pepper?" I said, "Well, what's that box with the deer on it?" He goes, "Oh, that there's buckshot. That'll put a hole in the goddamn truck if you wanted to." One with the deer up and shook it. I thought he was trying to trick me. I was like, "Do you have a box with a picture of a white dude trespassing on it? Because it's exactly the strength I'm looking for."
Okay.
Done immediately. Got an answer.
So that's it. That link is in my description box under birdshot, buckshot. It is also in certain states, if you are protecting yourself with certain types of artillery, that you must first shoot off bird shot. You cannot just come out with the buckshot. You must do, I guess that's a warning signal that you must do. So there's that. Now, he also, the alleged assailant also said that he didn't want to use a stronger bullet because he wanted to be careful that it would go through the wall and hit an unintended target. So are we gonna pretend like this head of the DOJ doesn't know that it is it appears more than likely that this Secret Service agent was shot by one of their own agents or police officers? Friendly fire. Are we going to pretend like it is hard to understand if this was or was not friendly fire? I just wanted to know if you guys noticed any of that. Now, let me share this with you. Now, it seems like more people are understanding this as well. Status Quo, they talked about this as well. Now, I'm gonna keep it a buck. When what is his name? Oh my gosh. When the head of the DOJ said that he didn't know, and we're trying to be real careful. He's trying to cover it up. They put stories out here to make you believe a thing is a thing. Kind of like they are charging James Comey with threatening the life of the president because he took a picture of shells on the beach that said 8749 that he did not arranged, but he said he came upon the shells and he took the pictures and he put it on his social media. And when it was all of this big brouhaha about, oh, that means take his life, and that means this, and that means that. He took the picture down. I think he also commented that he was not trying to insinuate anything of that type. But now here it is, the dude boy, Todd Blanche, the loser attorney who defended the case that got your president 34 felonies because he couldn't try a case properly, decided that he was going to go back a year and put charges on Todd Blanche. But see, it's easy to put a case on someone when you're over the whole Department of Justice. But see, finding reasons for the case, proving your case, that becomes a little more difficult. And we're going to get into that as well. So let me show you the questions about. Let me show you the questions that Status Quo. If you are not familiar with Status Quo, get yourself over there, like and subscribe. Like and subscribe to my channel as well. Please hit the like button, double tap if you're watching on your phone, and let's get into this. Hold on, one second. Let me find the right video, and we're gonna get into the question: who fired the shot? So let's get into this. Here we go. This government has no care about lying to the public to get some bullshit story out here.
How a person moving that fast could have stopped and fired his weapon at an officer behind him.
Covering what the corporate media covers up.
Hey, it's JT Siskowski with Status Quo. We are now days removed from the shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, and yet we still don't know some key details about how one of the Secret Service agents at the event was shot. And
days removed. Usually when they have to wait for a ballistic, they have to wait for DNA, it's because they have to send it to Virginia. We are in Washington, D.C. We are talking about the President of the United States. We are talking about, it's a whole influx of things that they have to examine before they can get. Do you think that they are waiting to get any information about anything? Do you think that they have to stand in line? And do you think that they have to go to Quantico, Virginia, and pull a ticket and wait in line till their number is called? Okay, let's keep it real.
Also, we seemingly, as a media ecosystem, cannot move beyond the propaganda that is being spun out by the Trump administration. Let's start with reporting from MS Now. 3 days after Correspondents' Dinner, FBI still unsure who shot officer outside Ballroom. The FBI has not found the fragment that pierced a Secret Service officer's bulletproof vest at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on Saturday, leaving investigators unable to say for certain whether the armed attacker shot the officer or how he was injured, according to two people briefed on the probe. Now, he
was shot. He was taken to the emergency room. He's being treated. But he got shot by something that didn't even penetrate his vest. It just hit his vest and popped off. Like he got shot with a jawbreaker, and it just popped off his vest. And we can't find what shot him. Well, it doesn't appear that whatever shot him penetrated his vest, because let's be realistic. If his vest had been penetrated, it would appear that there would be some remnants of showing how big whatever it was that had penetrated his vest, be it a bullet or a bird shot. It seems like they would be able to distinguish between the two, because by God, isn't that their job? So because they cannot find whatever it was he was shot with, does that negate the fact that this is what they do for a living? They are the ones who can distinguish what you were shot with? Oh, really? Are you buying this? Okay, let's continue.
Your initial reaction, and you would be excused for thinking this, would be, JT, there was an alleged gunman, Cole Allen, ran in with a shotgun, some handguns. Surely that is where the bullet fragment that is in the Secret Service agent's vest came from, right? Wrong, or at least maybe wrong, because there were also agents at the scene who fired shots. But if you are Kash Patel right now and you are auditioning for your job, isn't this a question that you want to answer as the FBI director? There is reporting that you're about to lose your job. Maybe demonstrate some kind of competency in this one important investigation. But so far, that is not the case. In its review, a Secret Service team estimated that Allen was running 9 miles an hour, one person in the briefing said, and then stumbled somehow and fell a few yards from the checkpoint. That raises the question among law enforcement professionals how a person moving that fast could have stopped and fired his weapon at an officer behind him. So the Secret Service agent who got hit was behind Allen, who had fallen as he was sprinting forward. Sprinting 9 miles an hour is, for an average person, a very fast pace. When I go out for runs, I'm averaging 6-7 miles an hour on my runs. You know, nice little jog. He's going 9 miles an hour. That is a sprint pace for most normal people. And yet he is like turning around with a shotgun, firing and then falling forward. Maybe the gun was accidentally discharged in the fall. We don't know. So much of this, despite there being apparently multiple witnesses, remains beyond the FBI's ability to answer even these basic questions. At a Monday news conference, Blanche said Allen had been charged with discharging a firearm during a crime of violence because the FBI determined he fired a single shell from the shotgun he was carrying. But, he said, authorities were not prepared to say whether that was the shot that hit the Secret Service agent's body armor. Quote, "We want to get that right," he said. Quote, "So we're still..."
We want to get that right. But we led you to believe that this man was the one who shot the Secret Service agent. Now, here it is, days beyond any of this happening. And we really want to get this right. While he sits out in front of the press and sticks his chin out like he is so righteous and like he is beyond reproach. And how dare you ask me certain questions when we ask you a question that you definitely should know, a easy question that you should know, and then you suck your chest in and pull your chin back and try to act like you are trying to be very careful and very serious about a situation. None of the arrogant bullshit that you pulled before. Let's continue.
Looking at that, unquote. Quote, "All the evidence is being examined very carefully and expeditiously, and we'll know more soon. We do believe that, as the complaint lays out, that the suspect that the defendant fired out of his shotgun, and we know that that happened," unquote. Blanche said that the shotgun shell had not been ejected from the weapon, meaning the attacker didn't cock and reload it. Blanche said investigators determined that the agent who was shot fired 5 rounds at the suspect, none of which hit him. But he said they could not be sure those were the only rounds fired by law enforcement officers. Quote, "When you fire a bullet, It ends up somewhere, unquote, he said. Sometimes you find it and sometimes you don't. Sometimes you don't, I guess, Todd Blanche. You would think you would want to get to the bottom of this as quickly and efficiently and decisively as possible. And yet the media falling prey, despite the Trump administration showing that it is behaving in a rather buffoon-like manner in how it handles this investigation, the media is still willingly swallowing what the Trump administration is pumping out in terms of propaganda about who the alleged shooter, Cole Allen, was. And the journalist Ken Klippenstein, another independent reporter from my home state of Wisconsin, does some excellent reporting about who Allen actually was. Quote, Allen, his social media posts reveal, was not singularly focused on Trump. He had plenty of contempt for Democratic leaders, too. This despite the Trump administration wanting to paint Allen as some sort of left-wing lunatic fringe candidate, and therefore the entire left-wing political movement needs to be demonized, as they are wont to do when given any kind of crisis that they respond to. No, Allen's own social media posts, as Ken is reporting here, paint a far more complicated picture of an everyman in this country. A contempt for both parties that, far from being fringe, actually puts squarely in the majority of American opinion. By early 2025, the Democratic Party had sunk to historic lows, 27% approval in NBC News polling and 29% at CNN, the lowest in CNN's polling since 1992. A Pew survey found 59% of Democrats disapproved of their own congressional leadership. That's more than 25 million American voters, according to the latest numbers. Allen is just like so many people in this country and disillusioned with both political parties because both political parties are corrupt and both political parties are not responding to the moment and actually helping people.
That is absolutely, that is absolutely correct. Because with all of this theatrics and all of this bullshit going on, where are your Democrats? They are giving these fools this stage to come out and tell you all of these lies, all of this bullshit, and the Democrats are offering nothing but silence. Let's be real clear. So I am also going to go over this point while they're trying to say that in a leap to say that there is Democrat violence, in a leap to enact their NSPM 7 agenda, to call people who use their constitutionally protected rights. They want to call you and deem you as domestic terrorists. Even if you have not done anything illegal, they are trying to arrest you on these things that they call pre-crimes. I have told you about how Palantir and how David Ellison, who has merged with Warner Brothers, and that now that he owns CNN, he owns TikTok, all of these big media mergers. And now you see Dana Bash sitting up asking Ro Khanna, hasn't he been very tough on the Republicans, and does he wish to pull back some of his rhetoric about the Republicans? But Dana Bash, this same Dana Bash, for some reason didn't notice and still don't notice the genocide that has gone on in Palestine and that is now going on in Lebanon by her IDF, by Israel. She never noticed anything about that. And they are taking lies. But she asked Ro Khanna, hasn't your rhetoric been tough? The same Ro Khanna that got together with Tom Massey to get the Epstien files released. And she's asking him about his rhetoric. Isn't that something? Isn't that something? Where are your representatives? They want you to believe that this man is a Democratic supporter because he gave. They tell you that he gave to Kamala Harris. He gave to Code Blue, and he earmarked it for Harris. But we're going to get into all of that as well. Okay. Let's continue.
This is the extent to which Democratic leadership is willing to lead. It is time to form an actual.
Oh, okay. He is reading it right here. I was going to read to you the Ken Klippenstein report. I didn't even know he had this report up. I watch Ken Klippenstein all the time for anything new that he is putting out because not only does he put out stories, he put out receipts to the story. He put out memos that come from your government to different agencies. This is why you need to stop paying attention. Maybe you need to pay a little closer attention to what your for-profit media that is on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week are feeding you. And then you may need to step out to some independent media that is giving you stories that you do not hear all the time. And they are dropping receipts to their stories. Unlike all of these talking heads on MSNBC, CNN, MS Now, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Oh, well, both sides do it. Both sides. You have never seen Democrats do the egregious shit that is going on in your government right now. So are you still watching media that tells you that both sides do it? This is what I need to understand. When have our country been in disarray like this? And they're telling you that both sides do it. Let's continue.
Third party. Have you ever dreamed of a third party in this country that holds power? Well, the Trump administration will apparently like to paint you as Cole Allen is being alleged here as some sort of crazed lunatic gunman with murderous intent. At this point, might be faster to replace it with a new party. Call it the Do Something Party. I don't know, he said in another post, one of countless hints at his frustration with political inaction. Quote, if this is the level of analysis coming out of the leaders of the Dem Party, might need an entirely new party, 2BH, he said in another post. Quote, I swear the Democrat Party does not comprehend the concept of priorities, he wrote on February 13th. And, quote, is there such a thing as a vote of no confidence for Senate Minority Leader, unquote? I will note that there were also posts and reposts that Allen did on his Blue Sky account that indicated he was quite invested in the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, for instance. He was very invested in that war. I would also note that he was disparaging of some left-wing movements as well, notably protest movements. So the idea that Cole Allen can be neatly put in a partisan box, someone who thinks that the rational solution to the current political outlay is to pick up a gun, take a train to Washington, and then stay in a hotel and then try to kill people who are at an event in that hotel, that is the rational way for long-term sustainable political change in this country. I think you're going to be pretty hard-pressed to do that. And yet we have seen, even from outlets like MS Now that I was just highlighting earlier, those same outlets and reporters for those outlets are all too inclined to feature the Trump administration's framing here that Cole Allen was in some way some sort of crazed leftist, anti-Christian, like hardcore Democrat when...
And you will notice that they continue with this anti-Christian thing because that is a thing in their NSPM, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, NSPM 7, that will distinguish you as a domestic terrorist if you are anti-capitalist, anti-Christian, traditional American family, anti-traditional American morals, whatever either of those things mean, with the president that we have, with 5 kids and what 3 baby mamas, 5 kids with 3 baby mamas, who says that he is going to extinguish a whole civilization. What are we talking about? Traditional moral values. What are we talking about? The traditional American family. What are we talking about here? Now, this is one of the reasons why they keep up with this anti-Christian. Anti-Christian. These white nationalists want to put this fake Christianity on you, and show while you're not sufficiently Christian. Pete Kegbreath wants to bring his pastor into the Pentagon, who wants to repeal the 19th Amendment that gives women the opportunity to vote. And this is who Pete Kegbreath is following. You know, the same Pete Kegbreath who couldn't keep one side piece without a baby in their belly before he divorced the wife on 3 different occasions. That and we're talking about traditional family values, and having these snake oil salesmen, white nationalists coming in to pretend like they are giving some type of Christian message, with the same type of Christian message that the slave owners gave their slaves. Is this what is making America great again? Okay. Let's this link is in my description box. You can go over there, and I hope you go over there and check out the my status quo. Okay, what is that? Let me make sure. Let me make sure I put it in my description box. Here we go. Okay, now we are also going to get into what Ken Klippenstein article says about the shooter. And let me see. Okay, the status quo link is now clipped. I thought I had already clipped it, but now it is clipped. I don't want you to miss that. Let's go over to Ken Klippenstein. Shall we? Okay. Hello, Sky SJB. Now, privileged white people, college kids running the world is insane. Okay, we're gonna talk about the privileged white kids as well. We are definitely going to talk about the privileged white kids who are running Liberty Finance. 45, 47, and who owns Liberty Finance with his sons, Beavis and Butthead, and Barron too. Guess who else is on the board of Liberty Finance? It would be Steve Witkoff and his 2 sons. His developer buddy, Steve Witkoff, who he has flying all over the world, serving as some type of ambassador on shit that he knows nothing about, trying to act as if Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner are the arbiters of peace across the nation, and neither of them know anything about anything other than enriching themselves and their personal businesses. What peace has Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner produced for you? We saw the big fanfare about the peace between Israel and Hamas, and Israel has been still hammering Hamas on a daily basis, has broken their peace agreement, alleged peace agreement, over 2,000 times. But no, is your for-profit media telling you about that? No, they're towing the line. They're acting again like it has never happened. What happened to the peace that they were brokering between Ukraine and Russia? When they told you that this is what the peace deal is going to be. We're going to give Russia this, that, everything that Russia wanted, and we're not going to give Ukraine, our alleged ally, anything. We're going to make them take whatever Russia says they want. This is the peace deal. And then what happened when the Qatari government said, well, no, we will come in and we will, broker, try to better this peace deal because it seems unfair. What happened then? All of a sudden, the Qatar was struck by Israel. And Jared Witkoff was supposed to be at that meeting with the Qataris, but then they were struck, and several people from the Qatari government lost their lives. And what did Steve Witkoff say? Oh, I was on my way, Steve. I was on my way to warn them. There's no such thing as a telephone, as a fax machine, as anything. Steve Witkoff wants you to believe that he was running like Tom Cruise and Mission Impossible, trying to get to the meetup spot because he knew that they were about to be bombed. But I just couldn't make it on time. This Steve Witkoff. If you didn't remember me covering the story about Steve Witkoff, who's over Liberty Financial, the debut financial stream that the Trumps are owners and proprietors of to do these Bitcoin and these tokens. And you will not believe the story that is coming behind that. Now, we know that there was one Asian guy that President Biden was actually trying. And what did he do? When the Trump brothers came into build to form this Liberty Financial, this Asian guy, I forget his name, it would come later in the video. What he did, he gave them something like $30 million to help open up their Liberty Financial. And then they told him it wasn't enough. And then he boosted it to $75 million. And then when he gave them enough money that Liberty Financial was able to open up, all of a sudden, all of the charges against him in the United States were the investigation, everything was dropped. And he was able to come to the United States. As a matter of fact, he came to that big Bitcoin little dinner that they had, where people were trying to hide themselves. Some people had boxes on their heads so you wouldn't know who they were. But this man sat there and ate his dry little steak, unabashed, undisguised. He sat right at the table. So now what has happened to him? Now it is reported that the Trumps are talking about they will sue him. If they have frozen all of his assets, they have frozen his funds, and they said that they will sue him if he continue to make a fuss about it. Can you imagine that? Of course, you can imagine that. Why else were they doing business with him? Because they wanted to get his money. Now it is also has been reported that all of the people who came late to this World Liberty Financial are losing their money. Okay, so let me share my screen with this. We're going to talk about that later, and we're going to talk about these Witkoff brothers. We're going to talk about the arrest that's one of the Witkoff brothers had outside of a Miami nightclub. Holding a nice piece of cocaine on him, coquina on him. We're gonna talk about him name dropping as he was told that you're not allowed in this club. But he decided that he was just going to duck under the ropes and he was going to go in anyway. Because don't you know who I am? He tried to pull the "don't you know who I am" shit with a pocket full of cocaine. And then wound up eating the concrete outside by cops holding him down. And then he fell into the, I know this person, name dropping. And then come to find out, one of his little buddies sucker punch the security that was trying to get him out. And then he decided to say that he was going to press charges against the bouncers and the club owners because I was assaulted. I was assaulted. And it was so beautiful. It was so beautiful to see either the head bouncer, the manager, or someone in charge of this club come out and say, "Oh, so you saying you were assaulted? You're going to try to muck up some charges on us when we told you you're not allowed, and you decided to duck under the rope and try to just barge your way in? No, I'm going to file charges on you." I never said I was going to file charges on you. No. But I'm saying I'm going to file charges on you. So this should be quite interesting. So let me share this Ken Klippenstein, since we want to talk about what these rich college guys are doing. They're running amok in stealing money in broad daylight and daring any of these Asian people who have billions of dollars. Now, let's not forget. Let's not. You may not know this either. Your president is putting his picture on the Americans' passports. What else your government is doing? Your government under Marco Rubio has decided that there should be 2 questions asked of people seeking to come to America. If you have a fear of going back to your own home country, or if you have been abused or persecuted in your home country. That sounds like these are good questions to ask when your people are coming into your country. However, if you answer yes, that you are afraid to go back to your home country, or you have been abused and persecuted in your home country, that is a automatic no entry into the United States. So why is that so? That is so that people who are afraid to go back to their home countries, who are persecuted in their own country, they can find no solace here in the United States of America. That's why. And just think about the callousness of this immigration situation. So while they are over in the Middle East, bombing the South Lebanon to pieces, telling these people they have to pick up and they have to be out of their homeland within 30 minutes, while your government is over there carpet bombing Iran. These people are becoming gypsies. These people who had a homeland have no homeland. And what they're doing is they're making sure you don't have no homeland here. Now, 4547 pretended like he wanted the Iranian people to rise up against their government. And then he gave who was it? Then he gave weapons to a neighboring country and thought that this would be a way for them to rise up. But then he comes back and tell you, oh, Iran, they murdered 40, first it was 30,000, then it was 45,000, and then he said up to 60,000 people. But he kept forgetting to tell you that he gave the guns to a neighboring country. He bought in guns. You know, the typical thing that the CIA in America always do? They give guns to neighboring countries to come in and wreak havoc. And to have someone to blame it on, even after he said he gave, who was it? I can't remember what country he gave these guns to. He blames all of the mayhem that these imported guns came to on the government taking the lives of their own people. He even said, "I believe they kept the guns. I believe they kept the guns." So what did they do with the guns? These people were sure lost their lives. These people that you said that you have their back, and if they want to rise up against their government, a lot of Iranian military and police lost their lives during this uprising that your president said that he would have the back of these people. But he didn't tell you ahead of time that he had shipped a whole boatload of guns over there. Now, the official count, Iranian count, is 3,000 people lost their lives. Now, we have gone between 30 and 60,000 people when the story is told by American. And I'm sure the truth is somewhere in between 3,000 and 60,000 people. But you and I would be remiss if you didn't understand that partly the reason why some people may have lost their lives is because of the guns that were shipped in to them. So let's get back to Cole Allen. I don't know. I am just kind of sick of the bullshit. I'm sick of the propaganda and the lies and the bullshit. That's what I'm sick of. So Ken Klippenstein wrote, Cole Allen hated the Democratic Party too. Alleged shooters' views are more mainstream than you've been told. Now, they tried to put Cole Allen and Luigi Mangione in the same boat as some domestic terrorists. What now? Remember that march on Wall Street when these banks ruined the whole economy and got bailed out, and there was a march on Wall Street because people are sick of this dumb shit. People are sick of dumb shit. And one of the things that he said in his manifesto is, if I don't do it, who is going to do it? Now, I am not supporting going out and harming any people, but you notice how these rich people who are constantly getting bailed out don't care how you are harmed, because they know that there is going to be no relief for you and there's going to be relief for them. You notice how no one cares about all of the suffering and pain that people go through who wind up taking their own lives because they cannot deal with the hand that they are constantly being dealt as these billionaires' lives go on uninterrupted, and the average American citizen lives are being ruined. Do you notice that these farmers who are still waiting on a bailout, do you notice that they want to I saw one Republican actually admit that farmers are taking their lives because they are losing farms that have been in their family for centuries, but they still haven't given them any financial relief, while they have given the farmers in Argentina financial relief. But what have they done for the American farmer? Let's look at what is Mangione? What is the name? Luigi Mangione. The healthcare crisis. Let's look at the healthcare crisis and how many people have been denied treatment, denied their tests, denied what their doctor said that they need, denied cancer treatments, based on some module that Brian Thompson put in that would automatically deny your doctor's request, which would automatically make you have to appeal the denial, which 85% of the people who are denied never appeal their denials. And those that do appeal their denials, they have to wait months and months and appeal 2 and 3 times to finally get the treatment that their doctor has recommended for them. But unfortunately, for some people, their diseases have progressed into a terminal state, or to a state where they have had to have body parts removed. But they don't want to talk about that. They don't want to talk about what's really going on with the American public. They don't want to talk about how you have to sell off all of your assets to be able to get Medicaid. You know, the same Medicaid that they are cutting across the country, the same Medicaid that they are cutting to give you a health care bed, to give you a mental health bed, to give you a bed to sleep in if you are just a regular American worker. They are taking all of this from you, and they are asking for $1.5 billion for the Pentagon next year. They are asking, what is it? 500. They're asking for $500 billion to increase the Pentagon budget for next year. But as they tell you, they don't have money to give American citizens health care. So what does that tell you? That tells you that they don't care about your life or no other life, because they are on this killing spree. They are on this invading other countries, and we don't care. We don't care if they live or die. They don't care if they live or die, because they are striking schools and all of this stuff. And your for-profit media has totally let this question go. The last time they asked a question was the week that it happened, and Pete Kegbreath is supposed to have been doing some big investigation. How come all of these people who sit up in front of the media never ask what happened with the investigation into the triple strike at this girls' school? Not a double strike. Struck them 3 times to make sure that what happened to this investigation. So you have 3 people, for whatever reason, made the attempt to call attention to something that we are all aware of, that everybody is just sitting back, seeing what you gonna do, trying to make it seem like, oh, well, I'm unaffected and everything is hunky-dory in my life, and oh, I'm rich, I'm upper middle class, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the other, as they stay silent, as the United States dream has been ripped apart and shredded. to be able to go to work and do a decent job and make a decent wage. You got Trump coming out here telling you that your wages haven't increased. And I want to know whose wages have increased for the regular working man. What wages have increased? Your debt has increased because you have to pay more for everything in your life, but nobody is saying a word as they come out here and lie and say that everything is going rosy. Scott Besson said, I don't understand why people are giving the answers that they're giving, but everything is better in America right now. People are thriving in America right now. But that's not what the people are saying. But Scott Besson said that y'all are lying to pollsters, and he don't understand why you guys are lying to the pollsters, and that's why the polls look so bad. It's your fault. It's your fault. Okay. Anyway, let's get into this. Extremists, radicalized, leftist, anti-Christian, Democrat. To read the coverage of Cole Allen, the alleged White House Correspondents Association dinner gunman, you think he was a poster boy for the administration's belief that the country is under siege from a left-wing insurgency. See, National Security Presidential Memorandum 7, NSPN 7. You can go there. I have preached this NSPM 7 since I believe it was September of last year. Still, a lot of people are unaware of it. Why? Because your for-profit media is not telling you about it. They are not connecting the dots of this description of Cole Allen being tightly suited to call him a domestic terrorist under the NSPM 7 moniker. The NSPM 7 that even wants you to arrest you for pre-crimes, things that you have not done based upon. One of the another thing that they also put in his description, the mass media said that he showed up to a No Kings rally. They want to predict that based upon any connections that you have to a rally or any protest. That is another way that they want to distinguish you as a enemy of the state. Okay. Let me find where I was again. I apologize. President Trump, the evidence, as you'll see, says otherwise, but everyone from the White House to major media outlets are sticking to the script regardless. President Trump declared Allen radicalized. RNC Chairman Joe Grunters blamed a radicalized left for the incident, calling it the inevitable result of a radicalized left that has normalized political violence. So all they have to do is say it. Okay. Where have any political violence on the left been normalized? Where has any political violence been normalized but for the people on the right who are trying to only notice things that happen on the left while they ignore all of the right-wing violence that is pardoned and commuted and excused and taken off the national watch list of people who are likely to commit violence. I'm curious. Okay. Okay. Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche said investigators were probing any connection Allen may have had to the left-wing groups or were looking for accomplices and co-conspirators. So at first they said he was a lone wolf. Remember they said he was a lone wolf, a one-off, a nut job as Trump called him? And this is a very well educated man. Well, they say it's a thin line between being a genius and having mental health issues, but that's neither here nor there. We're talking about the facts of this case. Even a hyper liberal MS Now, formerly MSNBC, Justice and Intelligence correspondent Ken Delaney parrots the administration line, claiming Allen is one of several attackers on the far right, on the far left fringes. I'm like the far right. I've never heard of the far left. So that's why I kept saying the far right. Even Kim Delaney is saying that Allen is one of several attackers on the far left fringes. And I quote, so it really fits the pattern of what we've seen with Luigi Mangione, accused of killing United Healthcare CEO, or Tyler Robinson, accused of killing Charlie Kirk, of these sorts of people on the far left fringes who have become radicalized, who are living in a world of unreality, bombarded by conspiracy theories, who decide that they have to take violent actions. Now, if it's true that Tyler Robinson had to take violent actions, I'm curious why they didn't write anything on the buckshot that was in possession of Allen. Why didn't they do their normal thing? Probably because after they wrote that shit on Tyler Robinson bullets, it was quickly noted that the same type of thing with writing on bullets was done in the ICE shooting that did not kill any ICE agents, but actually killed undocumented immigrants. But they call that a far left shooting as well. That's something that they try to pin on the left as well. When undocumented immigrants were killed by bullets that had writing on them, something about I hate ICE, or some weird thing, kind of like the weird note, the weird text messages between Tyler Robinson talking about my love, my dear love, all of this old English type of love written in text messages, kind of like that. Kind of like the fact that the ballistics, we're talking about ballistic, it has been reported that the bullets don't fit the gun that they attributed to Tyler Robinson shooting Kirk with. These bullets are reported to not even fit the gun. And as we speak of ballistics, they put it out here that Secret Service, he shot around and a Secret Service agent was shot. But when it comes to his manifesto coming out, and he clearly says that he put birdshot in the rifle. Now, all of a sudden, we can't find the fragment of bullet that shot our Secret Service agent that we told you was in the hospital receiving treatment. And you mean to tell me that whatever hit him just flew off of his vest? It just flew off his vest. It didn't even penetrate his vest. So now we deferring about not having being careful about the ballistics. You weren't careful about the ballistic in the Charlie Kirk situation, but they want you to believe, and everybody is falling under the guise of this notion that is being reported out to you, and they never up into going to war, they have never offered any evidence or facts to any of this stuff. They just tell you to take them at their word. Now we in our whole war spending $2 billion away in a stalemate in Iran, where all of the the traffic, all of the shipment that comes through the Strait of Hormuz have been halted, while your gas prices on yesterday hit a all-time high of a national average of $4.16 a gallon. But but when asked about it, they say that you guys are able to withstand it. You guys are okay with this. Okay. Let me see. Okay, so it really fits the pattern of what we see with Lugini Mangione accused of killing United Healthcare CEO, or Tyler Robinson accused of killing Charlie Kirk. These sorts of people on the far left fringes who have become radicalized, who are living in a world of unreality, bombarded by conspiracy theories, who decide that they have to take violent actions. Now, this is Delaney of MSNBC Now. If this is what a purported Democrat news station is saying, what hope do we have? As he ignores all the right wing killings that have happened, as we try to pretend like the person in Minnesota who took the lives of those three Congress people, as we try to just ignore the fact that he was a MAGA nut. But everything is about the right. How they never mentioned the 3 lives of the Democrat elected officials who lost their lives, including one of the couple's dogs who lost their lives by these MAGA nuts. Oh, no. We can never say anything about them, as they ignore the fact that your president commuted or pardoned all of the January 6ers, and we ignore all of the crimes that these January 6ers have gone on to commit. But these things are never talked about, as if they serve pro them, as if it never happened. Okay, let's continue. But as I've written, Luigi Mangione, Tyler Robinson, and now Cole Allen were neither far left nor any partisan fringe. Instead, they were united in a sense of frustration with failed institutions defined by inaction, and a determination to embody the opposite through shocking spectacle of action. What nobody in power wants to admit is that the belief that institutions have failed is as mainstream as Taylor Swift, and he is telling no lie. What nobody in power wants to admit is that the belief that institutions have failed is as mainstream as Taylor Swift, not the fringe radicalism of the 70s outfits like the Weather Underground that pundits keep invoking. It is real obvious that people are ignoring the obvious shit. And they are not having conversations around the impact that the price of everything going up in America is having on the American people. Let me tell you something. While Russell Vogt over the Office of Management and Budget said that he wanted to traumatize all public workers, every person in America is being traumatized because at the same time they ignore the lack of job growth in this country. With the number of people that have lost their jobs under Doge, under the cutting of all of the DEI programs, which means specifically putting Black people out of their jobs, specifically putting Black people out of their jobs. Now, what they also are ignoring of all of this AI that they want unregulated, that tells you that has already started to put workers out of their jobs. But then they come on TV to uphold the bullshit that they are pulling in causing the gas prices, all of the food prices to rise. They sit up there and tell you that the American people can stomach it. How much longer are the American people going to be able to stomach this? They ignore the harm that they are doing to America while talking about celebrating the 250th anniversary of the United States. They don't give a fuck about the United States. They're robbing the United States blind. Your president is suing for $10 billion based upon his IRS forms information being released. Now they say that they are in negotiations. He came out and said, "I guess I'm negotiating with myself." Well, how does that work? When have you ever heard somebody sue another company and then say that they are in basic negotiation with themselves? If I had to negotiate with myself, I would grant myself the amount that I was asking for, $10 billion. Now, he cannot say how he was harmed. $10 billion worth of harm was done for him. His IRS forms are being released. And additionally, there were hundreds of thousands other people who IRS information was released at the same time. But he is the only person who gets to sue our country, our treasury, for $10 billion. Now, a judge has stopped this lawsuit, saying that he has to show that whoever he is in negotiations with, they actually have a disagreement with the amount of money that he is trying to get from them. So, because to show harm, there has to be harm. You have to be trying to negotiate with somebody who is trying to give you less money than what you want. So a judge says, no, you're going to have to approve that this is a adversary, that you are adversaries of each other, not that you are on the same page of each other. We know that Scott Bessent will lie down and say, "Oh, is that what you want? Okay, I'll wire that right over to you, sir." So, no, this is not what we're doing. So a judge says right now. We know that they are judge shopping this case to overrule this judge's decision. But this is where we are in the United States. Now, you're a president trying to get $10 billion out of the Treasury. And nobody think that is just disgusting. A disgusting abuse of power. And nobody says anything. Nobody says anything about the lack of jobs being created in the United States. Nobody says anything about the number of people who are being laid off, not only in government, but in regular jobs. Nobody's saying anything about this. And y'all don't think that the cup is going to bubble over at some point. But when the cup bubbles over, they have something in place for you. They have arms and means of trying to say that you are a domestic terrorist, when in fact your government is the one that is terrorizing the American people. With all of this useless spending, giving the Pentagon that has $1 trillion budget, $500 more billion they want to give it for next year. This same Pentagon that cannot tell you in an audit where 60% of the money that they have had allotted to them has gone in the first place. Do you think that someone is going to give you as a business more money year over year over year when you cannot tell them where 60% of the budget that they gave you last year went? Where they do this at? Where do they do this at? and come to you with a bold face, talking about they need to spend more on defense. As people are getting kicked off of their health care. We don't have money for that. When it comes time for health care, we're going to have to take something else out of the budget because it has to be paid for. It has to be paid for, as we have gone into debt to give billionaires tax cuts. That didn't have to be paid for. Okay. Allen, his social media post reveal was not singularly focused on Trump. He had plenty of contempt for Democrat leaders too, and contempt for both parties. That's far from being fringe. Actually, put squarely in the majority of American opinion. I concur, because if you are really paying attention, you should be disgusted at both of these parties. You should be disgusted at the silence of Democrats and the inaction of Democrats as this Republican Party has ran roughshod over the treasury of this country and has not rewarded people, working class people, farmers, anybody with anything but high prices and fucking misery. And to boot, they want to kick you off healthcare. So what this country is telling you right now, they don't want you to live. In my opinion, what this country is telling you right now is die, bitch, die. We gives a fuck less about you, because the more of you regular motherfucking Joes that die in fuck, you can die in some of this failing infrastructure. Bitch, die when one of these raggedy ass bridges in the United States fall down. Yeah, just let the steel fall on top of you as these bridges and infrastructure crumble around you, because this United States is no longer made for the American citizens. Fuck you and your ancestors who built this shit. No, we are giving it to all of these immigrant billionaires that come into our country. We're not going to make America great for you. We're going to make America great for any immigrant billionaires that come into our country. Why do you think America looks like a whole motherfucking trailer park when you drive across America? Looks like a whole motherfucking trailer park. But your president got the audacity to call other nations shithole countries. And this is a shithole country within itself. Okay. Let me continue. Let me continue. Allen, in his social media post, revealed was not singularly focused on Trump. He had plenty of contempt for Democrats leaders too, a contempt for both parties that, far from being a fringe, actually put squarely in the majority of American opinion. By early 2025, the Democratic Party had sunk to historic lows of 27% approval. In a Pew survey found that, a 27% approval in NBC News polling and 29% at CNN, the lowest CNN polling since 1992. And they have the audacity to sit quiet as this country is raided and robbed by billionaires. And they have no ideas. But they sell their asses out to APEC. Interesting. Okay. A Pew survey found that 59% of Democrats disapproved of their own congressional leadership, that more than 25 million American voters, according to the latest numbers. 59%. What are they doing to ingratiate themselves to their voters? Absolutely nothing. Now, I'm going to do a story about the not mortgage. I'm going to do a story about the deed theft in New York City. Now, a lot of this theft is going on in Hakeem Jeffrey's district, but Hakeem Jeffrey has not uh, taken his funky ass down to his district where they are stealing private equity firms are stealing the deeds from black and brown people in his district. Hakeem Jeffrey hasn't found it important to show up. Now, there are has I talked about this a couple of weeks ago. There have been something like $40 million set aside to investigate this, while at the same time, these mega rich private equity companies are stealing property from black people, properties that are worth upwards of $800,000 from black families that outright own their properties. This one, uh, the first story that made this a whole thing was a guy who lost his property, $800,000 property, based upon some water bill that was not sent to him. Uh, uh, and they took his property and sold it to someone else. This man had just retired, just paid off his property, retired, and then he was being evicted. He come home and his locks are changed. The city was definitely in on this to give these private equity groups possession of paid off property that have been paid off by black working people. So Hakeem Jeffrey ain't never showed up. And then you come to find out another woman has been fighting this same type of thing for about 15 years about her paid off property. And then you come to find out this is going on all over New York cities in black areas. The latest area is, what is that? What is that? Area. I'm not familiar with New York. What is that? And we'll get to it. It has. I think it's where Mary J. Blige grew up in. It has two names. I forget the name of that little borough or that little city. It's not Staten Island. It's oh God. I think Jay-Z grew up there as well. Okay, so now they're gentrifying that area, and instead of buying out the houses, instead of these millionaires and billionaires and these private equity companies buying out the houses, why buy when they know they can fuck black people out of their property? Always have been able to do it, and obviously they always will continue to try to just screw people out of their property. We're gonna Bedford-Stuy. Bedford-Stuy is the place that they're doing it in now. Okay, so let me let me finish this. Okay, and this is why the Democrats' approval rating is in the toilet, because when the people that vote them into office, they do nothing for the people who have put them in office. Is my whole point. Okay. Democrats disapproved of their own congressional leadership. That's more than 25 million American voters, according to the latest numbers. Hating the political establishment may once have made you a member of the radical fringe, but those days are long gone. Strange as it may seem, Allen is, politically speaking, a dime a dozen. Consider his social media posts. If this is the extent to which Democratic leadership is willing to lead, it is time to form a actual third party, Allen posted on Blue Sky on January 21st of 2025. It was one of the numerous other similar posts in which Allen called for an alternative to the Democrat and Republican parties. At this point, um, it might be faster to replace it with a new party. Call it the Do Something Party. I don't know, he said in another post, one of countless hints at his frustration with political inaction. If This is the level of analysis coming out of the leaders from the Democrat Party. Might need to an entirely new party. TBH, to be honest, he said in another post, I swear the Democrat Party does not comprehend the concept of priorities, he wrote on February 13th. By March, he was calling for the ouster of top-ranking Democrat in Congress, a state minority leader Chuck Schumer, and the minority in he's in Senate. We also, I have been telling you that Hakeem Jeffries, the majority leader in Congress, definitely needs to go. So by March, he was calling for the ouster of Chuck Schumer. There is such a thing as a vote of no confidence for Senate Majority Leader. He posted in March on March 13th, the day before Allen was cracking jokes about Schumer's uselessness. Schumer is acting like a RPG role playing game, because he is. Schumer is a shield for the Israel lobby, and Schumer is not going to do anything for the American people before he does everything he can for Israel. Let's keep it a buck, and nobody has time for that bullshit, because Israel has universal health care, because Israel have free colleges for his people. So since Chuck Schumer wants to be so busy for the interests of Israel, we need somebody who's going to be so interested in the interests of the American citizens that don't get them kicked out of off of health care. And let's not forget that Schumer was one of the sevens that ended the the first government shutdown, where they were shutting down the government to get these subsidies, Obamacare subsidies, added into the bill, so that up to 17 million people would not lose their Obamacare subsidies. But Chuck Schumer said, it's enough. We're going to have to vote at some time. We're going to have to vote. But he does no such thing when Benjamin Netanyahu makes a request of what he wants. Chuck Schumer is lockstep with the Israeli government. I have nothing against Jews. I don't know enough Jewish people to have anything against any Jewish person. But I have something against ideology and a government that does nothing but take. Goodbye, Chuck Schumer. Fuck Chuck Schumer at this point. Fuck Chuck Schumer and all of the other quiet APEC collecting money motherfuckers that are in our government. All of the motherfuckers in our government talking about Israel first. It's supposed to be America first. It's supposed to be your district first. It's supposed to be the people who voted for you first. I don't give a fuck what you care about Israel. I care about what you care about your own constituents. Why are you even talking to me about Israel? And you can't talk to me about your constituents who voted you into office. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. This is who your government official need to put first and foremost. The people who put them in office and the reasons why they should be working for the people who put them in office. And this is why the Citizens United bullshit that the Supreme Court approved to allow all of this money into politics to speak as people, money is people too. This is why this bullshit, we need a whole overhaul of the fuck shit that has been approved by this Supreme Court in these secret not secret dockets, these dockets that they have taken up while they are not in session. all of these dockets that they have taken up and have made opinions on and haven't written out the reasons for these shadow dockets. All of these shadow docket opinions that they have made while they are not in court. See, this is where a lot of the bullshit is going down. They are not even writing out what legal ramifications, what legal reasoning that they are giving for a lot of this shit that they are judging on in these shadow dockets. Okay, now let me finish this. It's a lot. To call Allen a foot soldier of the Democrat left requires ignoring much of what he posted online. It's a convenient narrative. It casts political violence as a product of partisan extremism rather than what the polling actually suggests, a broad bipartisan collapse of faith in American institutions and their leaderships. Period, point blank. This Substack from, hold on, Ken Klippenstein is going to be in my description box. I suggest that you go over to Ken Klippenstein. He does great reporting. Let me. This is going to be under Klippenstein. Okay, so you can go over there and find out all of these secret little government programs that the United States have created to deem you and your children domestic terrorists. All of the things that they have already put into action, even if you don't commit a crime, and even if your children don't commit crimes. They have all of this pre-terrorist agenda. They have all of these 1-800 numbers that your neighbors, anybody can call in and say that they think you're a terrorist because of reason X, Y, and Z. This is what your government is doing. But your major news forecasters are not giving you this information. So you're going to turn around and be shocked and surprised when your ass is locked up somewhere as a domestic terrorist because you did something that is protected by your constitutional rights, is all I'm saying. Now, I don't know if I have any people in here. Hey, Sarah, welcome. Please hit the like button, double tap the like button. Hey, Renee, it is good to see you. It's been a long time. It is always good to see you. Look at the bushes. Trump's disregard Charles' speech because his mind is not wired in ways regular people's are. Okay, let me see. So you think that we're actually cheering for a king? The only thing that was worthwhile of this whole king's visit was the fact that he actually told someone who wants to be a king how he is really messing up our government. Do you think that I support a king who has robbed the wealth of all African nations of their wealth? Do you think that someone is cheering a colonizer? No, no one is cheering that. We're cheering one specific thing, the message that was delivered to your want to be king. Keep up. Keep up. I'm down with the message that the king gave the court jesters. That's the only thing that I'm down with. Let's keep it above. Okay, so let's get to it since you haven't seen it, Z Sarah. Let's get to it. How about that? No one is down with a colonizer. Trust and believe. Here we go. Let me find the speech. Here we go. Let me put this up. And I want you to pay special attention to what he says about the Magna Carta in this speech. I thought that was important to talk about. So let's get into King Charles doing a speech with the full Congress of the United States. And the fact that the Democrats are applauding the king, that means nothing because they are in power too. So applauding something that they should already know means nothing to me. Means absolutely nothing to me when they are inactive of creating any type of change in this administration, even attempting to appear that they are trying to do anything. They're just sitting on their laurels.
He's King Charles III and Queen Camilla.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor of presenting to you His Majesty Charles III.
Mr. Vice President, Mr. Speaker, members of Congress, representatives of the American people across all states, territories, cities, and communities. I would like, if I may, to take this opportunity to express my particular gratitude to you all for the great honor of addressing this joint meeting of Congress, and on behalf of the Queen and myself, to thank the American people for welcoming us to the United States to mark this semi-quincentennial year of the Declaration of Independence. And for all of that time, for all of that time, our destinies as nations have been interlinked. As Oscar Wilde said, we have really everything in common with America nowadays, except, of course, language. So, ladies and gentlemen, we meet in times of great uncertainty, in times of conflict from Europe to the Middle East, which pose immense challenges for the international community and whose impact is felt in communities the length and breadth of our own countries. We meet too in the aftermath of the incident not far from this great building that sought to harm the leadership of your nation and to foment wider fear and discord. Let me say with unshakable resolve, such acts of violence will never succeed. Whatever our differences, whatever disagreements we may have, we stand united in our commitment to uphold democracy, to protect all our people from harm, and to salute the courage of those who daily risk their lives in the service of our countries. Standing here today, it is hard not to feel the weight of history on my shoulder, because the modern relationship between our two nations and our own peoples spans not merely 250 years, but over 4 centuries. It is extraordinary to think that I am the 19th in our line of sovereigns to study with daily attention the affairs of America. So I come here today with the highest respect for the United States Congress, this citadel of democracy created to represent the voice of all American people to advance sacred rights and freedoms. Speaking in this renowned chamber of debate and deliberation, I cannot help but think of my late mother, Queen Elizabeth, who in 1991 was also afforded this signal honor and similarly spoke under the watchful eye of the Statue of Freedom above us. Today, I am here on this great occasion in the life of our nations to express the highest regard and friendship of the British people to the people of the United States. Now, as you may know, when I address my own Parliament at Westminster, we still follow an age-old tradition and take a member of Parliament hostage, holding him or her at Buckingham Palace until I am safely returned. These days, we look after our guests rather well, to the point that they often do not want to leave. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if there were any volunteers for that role here today. As I look back across the centuries, Mr. Speaker, there emerge certain patterns, certain self-evident truths from which we can learn and draw mutual strength. With the spirit of 1776 in our minds, we can perhaps agree that we do not always agree, at least in the first instance. Indeed, the very principle on which your Congress was founded, no taxation without representation, was at once a fundamental disagreement between us, and at the same time a shared democratic value which you inherited from us. Ours is a partnership born out of dispute, but no less strong for it. So perhaps in this example, we can discern that our nations are in fact instinctively like-minded, a product of the common democratic, legal, and social traditions in which our governance is rooted to this day. Drawing on these values and traditions, time and again, our two countries have always found ways to come together. And by Jove, Mr. Speaker, when we have found that way to agree, what great change is brought about, not just for the benefit of our peoples, but of all peoples. This, I believe, is the special ingredient in our relationship. As President Trump himself observed during his state visit to Britain last autumn, the bond of kinship and identity between America and the United Kingdom is priceless and eternal. It is irreplaceable and unbreakable. Mr. Speaker, this is by no means my first visit to Washington, D.C., the capital of this great republic. It is, in fact, my 20th visit to the United States and my first as King and head of the Commonwealth. This is a city which symbolizes a period in our shared history, or what Charles Dickens might have called a tale of two Georges. The first president, George Washington, and my 5 times great-grandfather, King George III. King George, as you know, never set foot in America, and please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, I am not here as part of some cunning rearguard action. The founding fathers were bold and imaginative rebels with a cause. 250 years ago, or as we say in the United Kingdom, just the other day, they declared independence. By balancing contending forces and drawing strength in diversity, they united 13 disparate colonies to forge a nation on the revolutionary idea of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. They carried with them and carried forward the great inheritance of the British Enlightenment, as well as the ideals which had an even deeper history in English common law and Magna Carta. These roots run deep, and they are still vital. Our Declaration of Rights of 1689 was not only the foundation of our constitutional monarchy, but also provided the source of so many of the principles reiterated, often verbatim, in the American Bill of Rights of 1791. And those roots go even further back in history. The US Supreme Court Historical Society has calculated that Magna Carta is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances.
Not least of which, executive power is to be held up by checks and balances. Why did he decide to bring that up? Because there is no checks and balances in this United States government. Let's continue.
Is cited in at least 160 Supreme Court cases since 1789, not least as the foundation of the principle that executive power is subject to checks and balances. This is the reason why there stands a stone by the River Thames at Runnymede, where Magna Carta was signed in the year 1215. This stone records that an acre of that ancient and historic site was given to the United States of America by the people of the United Kingdom to symbolize our shared resolve in support of liberty and in memory of President John F. Kennedy. Distinguished members of the 119th Congress, it is here in these very halls that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the...
Not by the will of one, but the deliberation of many. But this government is being governed by the will of one, and everyone else is either quiet on the Democrat side or supporting the will of one and refusing to do their own jobs in Congress and in the Senate. They are deferring to the will of one. This is why this speech is important.
Living mosaic of the United States, but it is that this spirit of liberty and the promise of America's founders is present in every session and every vote cast, not by the will of one, but by the deliberation of many, representing the living mosaic of the United States.
So therefore, the living mosaic of the United States has died, has withered on the vine. There is no more living mosaic. There is just compliance from the Republicans and we can't do anything until we don't have any power to do anything. You don't have any power. You don't have any ideas. You have absolutely nothing. And you think that some people are going to vote for you again, and you don't understand why your approval rating is so abysmal because you have no power and no ideas. And you think that somebody it's up to, for us to get you over the goal line, to continue to vote you into office, and then when you as soon as you get in office, we have to reach across the aisle. We need a bipartisan. Do they need a bipartisan anything when the Republicans are in power? Maybe that is what's wrong with you Democrats, because you always talking about bipartisanship and reaching across the aisle and turning your back on the people who get you in office. Sitting up there rubbing your heads, looking all, yeah, you're part of the problem as well.
In both of our countries, it is the very fact of our vibrant, diverse, and free societies that gives us our collective strength, including to support victims of some of the ills that so tragically exist in both our societies today. And, Mr. Speaker, for many here, and for myself, the Christian faith is a firm anchor and daily inspiration that guides us, not only personally, guides us not only personally, but together as members of our community. Having devoted a large part of my life to interfaith relationships and greater understanding, it is that faith in the triumph of light over darkness, which I have found confirmed countless times. Through it, I am inspired by the profound respect that develops as people of different faiths grow in their understanding of each other. It is why, which is my hope, my prayer, that in these turbulent times, working together and with our international partners, we can stem the beating of plowshares into swords. I am mindful that we are still in the season of Easter, the season that most strengthens my hope. It is why I believe with all my heart that the essence of our two nations is a generosity of spirit and a duty to foster compassion, to promote peace, to deepen mutual understanding, and to value all people of all faiths and of none.
Look at this trash-ass bitch, Linda McMahon.
Some major red flags are surfacing over the, quote, official narrative from the Trump.
The duty to foster compassion.
Trash-ass bitch, Linda McMahon, sitting up, chewing gum with white. Why is this bitch wearing white shoes? With white shoes on, clapping. And her whole agenda is to dismantle education in the United States of America. At least she stopped dyeing her hair blonde, unbelievable blonde. This protector of child abusers.
The alliance that our two nations have built over the centuries, and for which we are profoundly grateful to the American people, is truly unique. And that alliance is part of what Henry Kissinger described as Kennedy's soaring vision of an Atlantic partnership based on twin pillars, Europe and America. That partnership, I believe, Mr. Speaker, is more important today than it has ever been. The first reigning British sovereign to set foot in America was my grandfather, King George VI. He visited in 1939 with my beloved grandmother, Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother. The forces of fascism in Europe were on the march, and sometime before the United States had joined us in the defense of freedom, our shared values prevailed. Today, we find ourselves in a new era, but those values remain. It is an era that is in many ways more volatile and more dangerous than the world to which my late mother spoke in this chamber in 1991. The challenges we face are too great for any one nation to bear alone. But in this unpredictable environment, our alliance cannot rest on past achievements or assume that foundational principles simply endure. As my Prime Minister said last month, ours is an indispensable partnership. We must not disregard everything that has sustained us for the last 80 years. Instead, we must build on it. Renewal today starts with security. The United Kingdom recognizes that the threats we face demand a transformation in British defense. That is why our country, in order to be fit for the future, has committed to the biggest sustained increase in defense spending since the Cold War, during part of which, over 50 years ago, I served with immense pride in the Royal Navy, following in the naval footsteps of my father, Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, my grandfather, King George VI, my great-uncle, Lord Mountbatten, and my great-grandfather, King George V. This year, of course, also marks the 25th anniversary of 9/11. This atrocity was a defining moment for America, and your pain and shock were felt around the whole world. During my visit to New York, my wife and I will again pay our respects to the victims, the families, and the bravery shown in the face of terrible loss. We stood with you then, and we stand with you now in solemn remembrance of a day that shall never be forgotten.
Okay, so this is him reminding all of this blustering that the UK and the European Union did not support America, so therefore we do need them. We don't need them. It's their interest that we're trying to protect. All of this is forgotten about when they did come and help the United States on these forever folly wars in Afghanistan and against Iraq. That they did fight us on based upon all of the bogus information that we received during those wars. But Donald Trump in his bogus war expected the same amount of support in his bogus war that he never even tried to get information and tried to get any type of approval. If you have gone with us on all our other bogus wars, you should have gone with us on that war. But see, he is reminding him that 9/11 did impact the American people, and therefore they had their back. But no, not so much anymore.
In the immediate aftermath of 9/11, when NATO invoked Article 5 for the first time, and the United Nations Security Council was united in the face of terror, we answered the call together, as our people have done so for more than a century, shoulder to shoulder, through 2 world wars, the Cold War, Afghanistan, and moments that have defined our shared security. Today, Mr. Speaker, that same unyielding resolve is needed for the defense of Ukraine and her most courageous people. It is needed in order to secure a truly just and lasting peace. From the depths of the Atlantic to the disastrously melting ice caps of the Arctic, the commitment and expertise of the United States Armed Forces and its allies lie at the heart of NATO, pledged to each other's defense, protecting our citizens and interests, keeping North Americans and Europeans safe from our common adversaries. Our defense, intelligence, and security ties are hardwired together through relationships measured not in years, but in decades. Today, thousands of US service personnel, defense officials, and their families are stationed in the United Kingdom as British personnel serve with equal pride across 30 American states. We are building F-35s together, and we have agreed the most ambitious submarine program in history, AUKUS. And we are doing it in partnership with Australia, a country of which I'm also immensely proud to serve as sovereign. We do not embark on these remarkable endeavors together out of sentiment. We do so because they build greater shared resilience for the future, so making our citizens safer for generations to come. Our common ideals were not only crucial for liberty and equality, they are also the foundation of our shared prosperity. The rule of law, the certainty of stable and accessible rules, an independent judiciary, resolving disputes, and delivering impartial justice. These features created the conditions for centuries of unmatched economic growth in our two countries. This is why our governments are concluding new economic and technology agreements to write the next chapter of our joint prosperity and ensure that British and American ingenuity continues to lead the world. Our nations are combining talent and resources in the technologies of tomorrow. Our new partnerships in nuclear fusion and quantum computing and in AI and drug discovery, holding the promise of saving countless lives. More broadly, we celebrate the $430 billion in annual trade that continues to grow, the $1.7 trillion in mutual investment that fuels that innovation, and the millions of jobs on both sides of the Atlantic, supported across both economies. These are strong foundations on which to continue to build for generations yet unborn. Our ties in education, research, and cultural exchange empower citizens and future leaders of both countries. The Marshall Scholarship, named after the great General George Marshall, and the association of which I'm so proud to be patron, are emblematic of the connection between our two countries. Since its founding, more than 2,300 scholarships have been awarded, opening doors for Americans from all walks of life to study at the United Kingdom's leading universities. So as we look toward the next 250 years, we must also reflect on our shared responsibility to safeguard nature, our most precious and irreplaceable asset. Millennia before our nations existed, before any border drawn, the mountains of Scotland and Appalachia were one, a single continuous range forged in the ancient collision of continents. The natural wonders of the United States of America are indeed a unique asset, and generations of Americans have risen to this calling. Indigenous, political, and civic leaders, people in rural communities and cities alike, have all helped to protect and nurture what President Theodore Roosevelt called the glorious heritage of this land's extraordinary natural splendor, on which so much of its prosperity has always depended. Yet, even as we celebrate the beauty that surrounds us, our generation must decide how to address the collapse of critical natural systems, which threatens far more than the harmony and essential diversity of nature. We ignore at our peril the fact that these natural systems, in other words, nature's own economy, provide the foundation for our prosperity and our national security.
Oh, Look at the EPA chair, talking about nature's own economy. We know in the United States, they don't believe in anything about nature, and we also are going to talk about the scientists that were fired. All of the which scientists, all of the entire NSF Science Advisory Board that were fired by the Trump administration. So now look at Lee Zeldin sit up there with a frown on his face as he just announced that they are going to allow the killer ingredient that is used in Roundup to be used all across the United States without any restrictions on them. You know, the same, I forget the name of the actual drug that R.F. Kennedy Jr. Fought a court case against and has said nothing. Mr. Maha, now that they are going to be using this, and it is more than likely going to run off into our farms and fields that allegedly feed the American people. So why do you think Lee Zeldin is sitting up there with a frump on his face? Let's continue. If you don't know, now you know. No clapping for that. No clapping for nature.
The story of the United Kingdom and the United States is at its heart a story of reconciliation, renewal, and remarkable partnership. From the bitter divisions of 250 years ago, we forged a friendship that has grown into one of the most consequential alliances in human history. I pray with all my heart that our alliance will continue to defend our shared values with our partners in Europe and the Commonwealth and across the world. And that we ignore the clarion calls to become ever more inward-looking. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Vice President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, America's words carry weight and meaning, as they have since independence. The actions of this great nation matter even more. President Lincoln understood this so well with his reflection in the magisterial Gettysburg Address, that the world may little note what we say, but will never forget what we do. And so to the United States of America, on your 250th birthday, let our two countries rededicate ourselves to each other in the selfless service of our peoples and of all the peoples of the world. God bless the United States, and God bless the United Kingdom.
Selfless service of our people and the world's people. I think not, child. I think not. Hold on. Robert, you want my attention. Is that what you want, Robert? You're a idiot. You're an idiot. So, Robert, you are sitting in here calling whoever you're an idiot, not an idiot, a idiot. You're a idiot. Robert, you are indeed the idiot in the room because your is a possession, as in your book, your shirt, your YOU apostrophe RE, you're an idiot, not a idiot, you're, as in you are an idiot. While you think that you are popping off and you are calling someone else an idiot, you're proving to be the idiot that you are. You're a idiot. You're a idiot. It's not your, it's your, as in you are an idiot. You fucking fool. Let's get rid of that imbecile. Okay, let's continue. Exactly, very Carrie. Robert is blocked. I think Robert is blocked. The audacity. Oh my God. Okay, so let's move on. I have a couple of more things I wanted to share with you. So. Oh. I find it miraculous when people try to pretend like they have some independent thought, but they just rewrite the facts that other people are putting out. So therefore, when I find something I want to talk about, I show you where I find it from. I don't pretend like I have made up this independent stuff. Thought. So we talked about James Comey being put up on charges that he threatened the life of 4547. So let's go over to the Midas touch, where they talk about exactly what 86ing 47 would mean. And the not Ben Marcellus, who is the attorney, who talks about exactly what 86 and 47 means. He tells you that 86ing is, when you look in the dictionary, you will find that 86ing is like getting rid of something on the menu. I'm not saying this like I'm trying to teach you something. I'm not trying to tell you this as if I'm trying to pretend like it came to me to look it up in the dictionary and not really tell you where I got it from. No, I'm telling you that if you go to the Midas Touch network and you are using their material, maybe you should tell where you get the material from instead of pretending as if the material you get from someone else is your own thought process. If so many people want to jump on what everyone else is doing without giving them credit for it and think that they're teaching someone something, no, you're only teaching that you're a thief, that you like to steal the material of other people to try to make it seem like you're so enlightened upon something when all you are doing is stealing the ideas and the content from other people. So let's get to let me find this right quick. It is some people are just really laughable in their silliness. Oh my God. Let's get to Michael Popoff, legal AF. Let's get to Michael Popoff, who is telling you the legalities about the 86ing 47. Let me see. Where is Michael Popoff? And you may hear this somewhat. You may hear this same explanation in other places without giving you the exact person where they stole this from. I find this. I find some of these people in the YouTube realm laughable, as they believe that they can teach you something. You can teach them how to go to the site where you're stealing content from. That's what you could possibly teach someone. Why don't we teach people that? How to get to the sites where we are stealing information from? Trying to make believe that we recreating a wheel that we didn't participate in, didn't share out, didn't do anything but steal the idea of doing the content. Why don't we teach people how to do that? Why don't we stop pretending that we are independently creating stories or when we are stealing story from other people. And I will tell you where I get my information from. I don't sit up here and act like, oh, I had an idea. Let me tell you. Let me teach you. Teach you what? Teach you what? Well, let me get into the playlist of the Midas Touch. Let me teach you. Let me teach. Let me teach. Shall we teach? Yeah, let's teach. Would that be? I think it might be this one.
This, or that it will survive motion practice. It was brought to put James Comey on the hot seat, right? To have.
Here we go.
Sorry, I'm a little late. I was arranging seashells on the beach in Miami to spell out a rhetorical flourish against the president of the United States. So the indictment against me, I guess, is a year away, because it'll take a whole year for them to figure out that I have a First Amendment right and expression to criticize the occupant of the White House, and it doesn't rise to the level of a threat of violence or death against the president of the United States. You know how I know that? Besides the fact I went to law school, because there's a case from the 1960s called Watson versus the United States that sets the foundation for First Amendment expression to separate it from real threats, actionable threats with willful intent against the president. And when I get done talking about that, you'll understand why James Comey selling seashells down by the Outer Banks of North Carolina seashore does not rise to the level of a crime. And I don't even think the Department of Justice believes it does, nor do I believe the FBI believes it does. Fresh off the case of having put almost the entire order of succession for the presidency into one room, in an unsecure room, Kash Patel is on the scene. Don't we all feel better knowing that our security of the United States and our national security is in the hands of Kash Patel, who, God, what? This is how I come on the air. I got to come on the air talking about seashells arranged at an Instagram thing. I got to talk about.
Oh, I don't even think this is the one. This is the second one where he talks about. Let me see. Which one is it? He always is doing updates on breaking legal things. Let me see if I can find the exact one that I am looking for, about looking things up in a dictionary. At some point, we have to call a thing a motherfucking thing. Okay. Well, let's get into this. Biden's final revenge is finally happening in front of the entire world. Trump's hidden directive to DOJ decoded by an expert. I want to get to Michael Popoff. Bear with me. Bear with me. About this indictment of James Comey. Hold on 1 second. Okay. Where are we, Michael Popoff? Here we go. I'll find it. Let me go on to my actual content.
The shame of it, frankly, Don, is that
my unstolen content that I do not connect you to. Let's go to the real content. Let's go to Pete Kegbreath and Raising Cain is sitting before before Congress, testifying before Congress. Let me share my screen with you, and let's see the good parts of Kegbreath and Raising Cain answering questions before Congress.
And China is leading the charge against us. As you can see from this graphic, this hearing is open to the public, but actions that disrupt or distract the proceedings will not be tolerated. The chair reserves the right to remove disruptive persons from the hearing. The U.S. Capitol Police are on hand to assist with that task, and I thank them for their service. One housekeeping note before we get started. We are expecting to be called to the House floor for votes around 10:30. We'll go as long as we can up until those votes, and then I ask members to come back as soon as they can after voting. Upon conclusion, well, I also want to ask members, when you're entering and leaving the chamber, because there's hearings going on all across the Capitol because this time of day, please go in and out through the side door. Those doors make a lot of racket when you come in and out, so ingress and egress through the anteroom. All right, with that, I want to welcome our witnesses and thank them for their service to our nation. We are meeting today to review the Pentagon's FY27 budget request. Each year, the budget presentation gives us the opportunity to take a hard look at the threats we face and our ability to deter and defeat them. It helps us decide on a level of investment that will actually secure our homeland and protect our interests across the globe. Here are the facts that underlie this year's budget request. We are confronting an unprecedented global threat environment with multiple adversaries working together to undermine our security and that of our allies. They are building alliances and supporting each other with drones, munitions, missile technology, and energy supplies. And China is leading the charge against us. As you can see from this graphic, 25 years ago, the PLA was just a defensive force with little ability to project power beyond their borders. Today, the PLA is a modernized military force capable of projecting power well into the Pacific. Their rapid military buildup has delivered thousands of new ships, subs, missiles, and space assets that severely challenge our ability to safeguard our national security interest in the Indo-Pacific. China continues to invest heavily in the PLA's military modernization, announcing another 7% increase in defense spending this year. As a result, they are spending more of their GDP on defense than we are. In fact, as you can see from this graphic, all of our adversaries are spending more of their GDP on defense than we are. Meanwhile, our defense spending as a percentage of GDP has been steadily falling since World War II. That yellow line that you see on the graph cutting across that bar represents 4 to 5% of GDP spending. History has shown that meeting or exceeding that level of investment ensures we can truly deter our adversaries. That's also the level of investment we're asking our allies to make. But for years, we've chosen not to make that same level of investment ourselves. Since World War II, defense spending has shrunk significantly as a percentage of federal outlays, as you can see from the red line on that chart. Nonetheless, non-defense spending, on the other hand, accounts for over 85%, and it's been increasing for that same period of time. This underinvestment in our defense has had very real consequences. Our defense industrial base, long the envy of the world, has atrophied significantly. We're no longer capable of manufacturing for our warfighters at scale or speed. Just look at shipbuilding. China builds 47% of the world's ships. The U.S. builds 1/10 of 1%. We build fewer ships than Croatia or the Netherlands. Our global munition stockpiles are low, and we lack the capacity to rapidly restock magazine depth. We have very little industrial capacity to mine, refine, or process critical minerals. As a result, many of our defense supply chains are reliant on the very adversaries we seek to deter. Beyond the impact to our industrial base, the inadequate investment in our defense has resulted in a vicious cycle that has pitted sustainment against modernization. For years, administration after administration comes to this committee with budgets asking us to decommission weapon systems that they admit we still need, or to cut funding for training, parts, and supplies, or to put off needed maintenance to the facilities where our service members live and work, or to reduce the number of military personnel. These budgets have asked us to make these sacrifices and accept the near-term risk so we could afford to reinvest in military modernization, which is something we desperately need to do. But we in Congress consistently rejected this mutually exclusive choice. Instead, we divided up the limited budget we were given and made a worse choice. We underfunded both sustainment and modernization. The result is we don't have enough munitions, ships, aircraft, or autonomous systems to ensure dominance against every adversary. And the ships and aircraft we do have suffer from unacceptably low mission-capable rates. Fortunately, that's about to change. This president has requested a historic $1.5 trillion budget for our national defense. For the first time in over 40 years, we've been presented a budget that accounts for the true cost of American deterrence. This budget fully funds both sustainment and modernization. It provides a 24% increase in operation and maintenance, including a 20% increase in core readiness programs like flight hours and combat exercises. It includes a 115% increase in funding to repair and improve facilities for our service members and their families. It increases military end strength by 44,000 and provides for a historic pay raise for our service members. It calls for an unprecedented 76% increase in procurement and 64% increase in research and development. This will enable us to truly catch up in our modernization efforts by quickly fielding new munitions, aircraft, ships, land, space, and autonomous systems to replenish and expand our arsenal. It directly confronts the challenges in our defense industrial base with over $100 billion in investments to revitalize manufacturing, expand domestic and allied critical minerals projects, and secure our supply chains. Finally, this level of investment gets defense back to 4.5%. That's where we need to be. We want to truly deter conflict. It also ensures that America leads by example as our allies heed the president's call to increase their defense spending and improve their military readiness. I would also note that it's critical that we do not reduce deterrence while we're asking our allies to ramp up their own capacity. And that's something we're going to be paying a lot of attention to in this committee. Before I close my remarks, I want to highlight the bravery, dedication, and professionalism of our warfighters throughout this conflict with Iran. Their tremendous work to achieve the very clear military objectives of this operation has given the president the opening he needs to negotiate a true and lasting peace that will ensure Iran never acquires a nuclear weapon. Mr. Secretary, General Kane, thank you for being here. I look forward to hearing how this budget request will ensure our military can preserve American deterrence for generations to come. And with that, I yield to my friend, the ranking member, for his opening statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate those opening remarks. I want to start by agreeing with you on the last point. Our troops have performed incredibly well in the last 15 months. They have been asked to do more than anyone expected, and they have demonstrated the incredible capability of the United States military. I think we should all recognize that. Even if we question the strategy, some of the decisions behind it, our troops deserve nothing but our praise for the incredible job that they have done. It has not been perfect. Certainly mistakes have been made, but we have demonstrated to the world that we have a highly capable military. And I hear the chairman on the need for an increased budget. I think there's a whole lot of needs across the United States of America that would have the same attitude about healthcare, about education, about infrastructure. But the problem is we have a $40 trillion debt, and we insist on cutting taxes for absolutely everybody, so we reduce the amount of revenue that is available to that. We also have to have a national security strategy that lives within a sound fiscal picture. Most experts would say that the most profound threat to our national security right now is exactly that, is our fiscal picture. How are we going to continue to be able to afford to fund the things we need to fund as we run the debt ever higher? The other thing worth worrying about is the Pentagon has not yet passed an audit. If we give them what is roughly a 50 to 60% increase, is that money going to be well spent? We have every reason to doubt that. Now, I will say, and I praise the chairman, this committee, and in a bipartisan, bicameral way, we have tackled the problem of acquisition reform. I think last year's bill put us on a good trajectory to get to the point where we can, in fact, innovate faster at scale. I also believe the Pentagon has been working on that. We've had many meetings with Deputy Secretary Feinberg, who is focused on that, but we got a long way to go. And the Pentagon really absorb another $500–600 billion, depending on what the supplemental and the reconciliation package are? I don't think so. We need to pay as much attention to how we're spending the money as to how much we're spending, and we never seem to do that. But the larger problem is the strategy that has been put before us. I looked through the Secretary's remarks, and I've heard you give speeches before about this, about how realism is our strategy. And I find that absurd, and given what we are doing. You can say a lot of things about the strategy, but calling it realistic? We started a full-scale war in the Middle East against Iran to try to reshape the Middle East. Now, we can talk about that in a bunch of different ways, but it is the exact opposite of realism. And in fact, starting wars in the Middle East that get out of control and lead us to have far greater costs for the benefits is one of the cornerstones of the unrealistic strategy that this administration has criticized over and
And you will notice that this war has not been mentioned. Here we are on Wednesday, and they have not updated you on the status of this war. Let me make sure my mic is on. You notice they haven't updated you on the status of the war since your president came out and lied to you and told you that Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff was going over for negotiations that Iran said that they were not going to negotiate, and then all of this shooting and this brouhaha and this ballroom, and at the same time, the Pentagon is still asking for $500 billion more to add to their $1 trillion budget. A Pentagon that has not been able to complete an audit in the last 8 audits that they have had. Now, they have not been able to tell you where 60% of their funding has gone. But here's Keg Breath sitting up here after firing generals, lifelong generals, way above his pay grade, listening to all the wrong people. And we are in a quagmire, spending between $1.5 and $2 billion a day. But they don't want to tell you what's going on as they sit up here and ask you for more money to secure the country. How secure are you with paying all of this extra money? How secure are you that gas prices are at an all-time high? Let's continue. And he sits up here with a shit-eating grin on his face. Let's continue.
Over and over again. And yet here we are in a full-scale Mideast war, and we've seen the costs of that. Certainly at the top of that list is 13 service members killed and hundreds wounded, but it goes way beyond that thousands of civilians have been killed. Over a dozen countries now have been dragged into this war in one way or another.
And please, God, please, will someone questioning these fools, please ask, how has the investigation that you said you were doing into who struck the school that killed over 160 school-aged children, girls under the age of 12? What was the conclusion of your investigation, Keg Breath, that you said that you were doing when you were asked, did the U.S. strike that school? When it has been all but been proven that the U.S. not only struck that school, it has been said that they struck that school 3 times, a triple strike on that school. Keg Breath, how come you haven't come out with your investigation report about this school? Please, somebody ask him this question.
Well, Lebanon war has exploded since this war started. We now have a conflict between the Shia militias in Iraq and Kurdistan that is straining, to put it mildly, our relationship with Iraq and also causing greater chaos throughout the Middle East. We see the impact on the economy. Certainly here at home, gas prices up by over $1. The impact of the fertilizer increase is going to come later as food prices skyrocket. But what is happening to us is a small part of what's happening to the rest of the world. Certainly the Middle East's economy has been tossed up in the air, but dozens of countries are rationing gasoline as we speak and experiencing extreme economic pain because of this war. So there's nothing realistic about that.
Excuse me, Jonathan Somerville. Exactly what did I say about race? What racism statement did I make? Because I sound like I'm factual, all of a sudden, you, who is obviously a person of whiteness, decide to make everything about race, because I don't recall saying one word about race. But you said I sound like a racist when nothing was said about race, only but by you. You are the typical people who bring race up as a issue all the time because you're white.
And one of the big questions that we need to get answered today is where is this going?
If you have a problem with what I say, if you think that things that I say that had nothing to do with race is racism, you're welcome to leave. Hit the like button on your way out. Subscribe if you want. Obviously, you're a fan. Obviously, you are a jilted fan. So hit the like button on your way out. Bye.
What is the plan to achieve our objectives? We've seen the cost, and the cost is very, very high. All we keep hearing on the objectives is we keep seeing all of the targets that we have struck. And again, that is an incredible accomplishment from a tactical standpoint. I think the proficiency of our military has been on display, but we're not in this for a tactical advantage. We're in this to fundamentally change Iran. And as we sit here today, Iran's nuclear program is exactly what it was before this war started. They have not lost their capacity to inflict pain. They still have a ballistic missile program. They're still able to blockade the Strait of Hormuz and have the ships that are capable of doing that. What is the plan to get that to change? And most disturbingly, the president keeps telling us that it's over. What was it, a week ago Friday, the president announced that Iran had agreed to give up their nuclear program, to give up their ballistic missile program, to stop support for terrorist groups, to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. The only problem with that is literally none of that was true. He was completely making it up. It wasn't. Iran hadn't even agreed to meet with us, as became embarrassingly clear as the day spun out and poor J.D. Vance had to keep going back and forth to the airport. We never even had a meeting. So wish fulfillment is not really a strategy. I mean, maybe the president thinks
we never even had a meeting on this Saturday. We never had a meeting. And J.D. Vance and Kushner, they kept going back and forth to the air. There was never a meeting scheduled. I'm glad that he said it for you. Now, for once and finally, why does those people who say no kings are excited about King Charles? Do you understand that America is in existence because they wanted no kings? So we are clear. That is the guiding principle of the creation of America is to have no kings. So I'm not really sure of what you're asking, but for the king to come over to the United States and actually deliver points about the Magna Carta to the sitting president who doesn't want to work within the guiding principles of having a nation. You don't think that that is something to be cheered? Or are you one of these ones who think that the president should do whatever he chooses to do in this government? They are cheering what he actually said about there should be constraints on government. If you are unfamiliar, let me familiarize you with a few things. What is the Magna Carta anyway? Should we go over what the king said that should have been cheered, because this government is acting as if this president is a king, and the whole point of the United States being created is to not be under the foot of a king. But you still don't understand it. You don't understand that the Magna Carta is Latin for great chapter. You don't understand that this was born in 1215 when King John of England, the same king from the Robin Hood stories, was forced by rebellious barons to put his seal on a document that limited his power. This wasn't just a royal slap on the wrist. It was a bold declaration that even the king wasn't above the law. If you don't understand what King Charles was referencing when he spoke of the Magna Carta, this is what he was referencing. Since you're still thinking that you're making a point about why people are so excited about the kings, it is common sense that we live in the United States of America, who fled the people fled the king's rule. And one of the main reasons they fled the king rule is that the king wanted to have absolute power and rule his nation by his own executive power. And why we have no king's parades in the United States is because Donald Trump is trying to rule the United States the same way as a king would. I don't understand. What is the question? What is the question here? Let me see. Let me see some of the key principles that still matter today. Number one, the rule of law. The rule of law, sound basic rights. The idea that everyone, including kings and presidents, must follow the law. Let me share this with you. Since you don't understand what I was saying about the importance of what the king actually said, you probably heard a whole lot of goobly gaw because you have no interest in educating yourself. You have no interest in trying to find out what any of the stuff mean that the king was talking about, and why the king himself referenced the Magna Carta. But let me find that page again. And let's get into some facts. Since you have so many questions, let's get into some facts. Why don't we? We have to go back for somebody who think they're making a point, and the only point that they are making is the point to show how dumb they really are. The point that they're making is they think that they are trolling somebody, but they are actually showing their own ignorance. Key principles of the Magna Carta that still matter today. Rule number one, rule of law. Sounds basic, right? But the idea that everyone, including kings and president, must follow the law, that was revolutionary at the time. Before this charter, monarchs ruled with absolute power. After the Magna Carta, not so much. It set the precedent that government officials couldn't just do whatever they wanted. And do you find that it was curious that King Charles talked so much about the Magna Carta in his speech to the full seat of Congress? Do you understand why Democrats were applauding? Because these Democrats that were applauding that part of the speech knew exactly what he was saying. But while you want to talk about libtards and demtards and this tard and that tard are so uneducated and such a beloved Trump voter that you didn't even know what they were saying. You stupid motherfuckers. Okay, rule 2, due process. You know the due process that they had to the courts have ruled that Donald Trump and his Department of Homeland Security was not giving people who they were deporting to El Salvadorian prisons. That shit, that same due process that we're not giving to them, that you think that they will not withhold from your ass, because why would this administration not withhold due process from your ass? Because you're stupid. They wouldn't even have to worry about you asking for due process, because many of you are too stupid to know that you have the right to have due process. That's why the king was being applauded by talking about the Magna Carta. Okay, due process. Do you think that it is unfair to be thrown in jail without a trial? So did the people back then. Clause 39 of the Magna Carta famously declared, no free man shall be seized or imprisoned except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. That's basically the ancient version of a fair trial. Sounds familiar? It is the bedrock of legal systems in the democratic nations today. Number 3, habeas corpus. Are you familiar with a habeas corpus? Ever heard of habeas corpus? It means that you can't be held in prison unlawfully. That's the legal protection that took inspiration from the Magna Carta. If you are arrested, you have the right to be brought before a jury to see if your detention is even legal. That's a massive deal. Just think about how many countries have molded this principle into their justice systems. So since you are unfamiliar with how many people who were not even getting habeas corpus under Pam Bimbos and Ice Barbie, but you think that these were all illegal? These were all illegal aliens. These were undocumented people. These were American people as well. And are we going to ignore the number of people who lost their lives, American citizens that lost their lives? So while you want to sit up here and think that you're making a point about Democrats applauding the things that the king was saying about the Magna Carta, you just are continuously showing your own ignorance. Are we clear? Let's go back to the hearing. Since you stupid motherfuckers thought that you were in here making points about Democrats, but you can't even make a point for your own government, for the laws of your own land, because you don't even understand when the laws of your own land are being trampled all over. So I'm going to put this in the description box, because surely some of you need it under the description box where King Charles speak, because obviously some of you need to know what King Charles was speaking about, because you're stupid. and you vote against your own interests. So let me Charles addresses Congress. Let me put this in here for you dummies who think that you have made points, and the point that you made are that you're dummies. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue this hearing with keg breath, and let's hear all of the reasons that they are going to say that they need all of this money, honey. Let's get back to the hearing, shall we? Oh, but before, see what I did was, when I heard King Charles kept referencing the Magna Carta, I went and looked it up myself. I didn't tell you that I saw somebody on another channel look it up, and then I just decide to take their commentary about what they put upon themselves to go find out. And I just didn't give you the results as if these were my results. No, these were actually my results. I actually linked you to the site where I found the information that I was curious why the king was talking about the Magna Carta so much. I didn't pretend like I did the research. I didn't steal someone else's content and try to pretend like this is my explanation. No, I just gave you my explanation. But it seems like so many people are afraid, may want to make you believe that they are the one. They won't reference where they get their information from. I find it funny that Legal AF was talking about the 8647, and Michael Popov from Legal AF as fuck explain to you what the 86 and the 8647 means. So if you hear, when did this video come out? So if you hear motherfuckers acting brand new and not referencing where they get information from, understand that these are motherfuckers 4 hours ago. These are motherfuckers acting brand new, not referencing where they get the information from. Whole frauds. Let's continue.
As to whether that was a death threat against the president. All right, let's break it down. 86 and 47. 47 is the president number for Donald Trump a second time around. 86 is a term of art from the hospitality and restaurant business, which I was in. I worked in fast food when I was a teenager. I worked in luncheonettes and diners and in what do they call them? Smart casual restaurants when I was in law school. 86 is a communication between the front of the house and the back of the house that they're out of something in the back. 86 the potato salad, 86 the French fries, 86 the root beer. They're out of it. Remove it from the list. Not assassinate the president. 86 is not a code word for assassinate the president. And even if it was in the context of the social media post that people laughed at, it would never survive the United States Supreme Court ruling in U.S. versus Watson from the 1960s, which is the standard by which all threats against a president are measured. It separates expression under the First Amendment, which is protected speech, from actual actionable threats against the president.
Oops. Okay. Damn it. I closed that before I wanted to. Let me see if I got the link. The link is in my description box under 8647. Let's not pretend to be brand new. Let's give credit to where credit's due. I understand that some Black people are incapable of doing that, but that shows the integrity or lack thereof of many people. Let's continue.
he's doing some sort of Jedi mind trick and can tell Iran, you will give up your nuclear weapons, and they automatically will. But that's not working. So what we need to hear today is what is going to work. We have 50,000 troops in the region who are still at risk. How are those tactical victories going to translate into some sort of strategic success? And by the way, this is one of the things that realism recognizes. You can win a whole lot of little small battles and lose the war, which is why you don't stumble into the war in the first place. But at the same time, we're doing all of this on our own as we increasingly push away all of our allies. Sometimes just because we want to do what we want to do, we don't want to have to consult them. Sometimes just gratuitously insulting them. I mean, in the middle of this war where we were asking NATO to come join us, the president took time out to insult President Macron and his wife. Okay, how is that helping us to try and belittle everybody in the world? And I also, for the people who are criticizing NATO over this war, I will remind people that NATO is a defensive alliance. What that means is every country in it pledges to defend a country if attacked. And when we were attacked on 9/11, that's what NATO did. They put in Article 5, and for 20 years they fought beside us. NATO is not if any one of the countries decides to unilaterally and unwisely start a war precipitously that everyone else is supposed to join. That's not the way it works. So berating and belittling our allies after we did that and driving them ever further away from us, how is that realistic? Not only are we going to try to reshape the Middle East, but we're going to do it alone, while we're pushing everybody away from us. And then we have other tools in our arsenal. You see that those numbers on the budget, but the State Department's really important. Development is really important. These are ways to achieve our ends, and we have moved away from that. We got rid of the entire USAID, literally causing the starvation of children in countries where we had pledged to provide food, causing massive healthcare disruptions, people literally dying because we cut that off. In diplomacy, we have sidelined, again, the entire world. France and the UK have brought together 44 different countries that have an interest in trying to open up the Strait of Hormuz. We've pushed them all aside. And then we've even pushed aside our own diplomatic corps. We have a very, very talented State Department. I praise today the talent of our military, and I will stand by that. They deserve that praise. Our diplomatic corps deserves that praise too. But we've shoved them all to the side in favor of two real estate guys who are going to go negotiate all the deals in the world, which to date, by the way, has yielded exactly nothing. So there's nothing realistic about starting a war in the Middle East, going it alone, and pushing aside all diplomacy and all development and all other tools in our arsenal. And on top of that, of course, we also want to dominate the entire Western Hemisphere, including apparently annexing Canada and invading Greenland. How is any of that realistic? And then the administration comes before us and asks for what is a hopelessly unrealistic budget in this environment. Back on that chart there, when we were showing how much money we were spending on defense, we had a balanced budget. We had a surplus many years. We don't have that anymore. So call this strategy whatever you want to call it, but please don't call it realism. It's not. Forgive me, it reminds me of one of my favorite lines from A Princess Bride. It's a tense morning. I want to lighten it up a little bit. But the guy keeps saying, inconceivable, when things happen. And finally, the guy says to him, you keep using that word. I don't think you know what it means. I don't think we know what the word realism means. So please, can we not have the realism conversation? Let's have the conversation about what the strategy actually is. And I'm sure you have a different definition of it than I do. But as I look at it, the strategy seems to be to use as much violence, as much threats, as much coercion as possible to bend the world to our will. I think that is a very dangerous strategy because one of the oldest cliches in the military is the enemy gets a vote. And we may think that we can stand up and talk tough and talk about how strong we are and how we're burying our enemies and they're begging for a deal. We can do that all day long, all right? But the enemy gets a vote. They don't have to do what we tell them to do. And meanwhile, that coercive, violent strategy undermines our credibility in the world because the chairman is absolutely right. And this is one area where I strongly disagree with the folks on the far left who say that we don't really face any threats, that the U.S. is a malign influence in the world and always has been. I don't agree with that. China, Russia, Iran, North Korea Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthis, variety of other transnational terrorist groups, including, yes, narco-terrorists and human traffickers over here. They all are trying to weaken us, all right? They don't want a rules-based order. They want to play by their own rules. They want to push us aside. We want to be the side that stands up for the rules. But if what we're saying to the rest of the world is stick with us because we're a better bully than China, we coerce countries more effectively, that undercuts the very message we're trying to spread to build the coalition we need to be successful. I also worry about the values that we're showing the world. When the president threatens to kill off an entire civilization, that is the message coming out of the United States of America. If we are going to be this big, powerful force that throws our weight around the world wants to know at a minimum that we're doing it for the right reasons and with a sense of values to protect people, not to destroy entire civilizations. And we all hear that and we all go, well, gosh, he probably doesn't mean it. Well, that is so reassuring, okay, that he's just making it up. We're supposed to be the United States of America. I grew up on stories of the U.S. at the end of World War II being the country that the Germans wanted to surrender to, not the Russians, because they knew they could trust our values. We don't seem to care about those values. No rules of engagement. Give them no quarter, all right? That is not who we are supposed to be. And just one final point on that, the girls' school that got hit in the first days of this war, there is absolutely no question at this point what happened. We made a mistake, and that happens in war. We identified this target based on earlier charts, and yet 2 months.
Thank God he brought this up. I was hoping someone would. Let's see what Keg Breath has to say about the obvious. They could have said we made a mistake. But no, we're investigating. Let's see what happens.
After it happened, we refused it happened. We made a mistake, and that happens in war. We identified this target based on earlier charts, and yet 2 months after it happened, we refused to say anything about it, giving the world the impression that we just don't care. We do not care about the casualties and the chaos that is caused by our war, and we should care, even if we want to prosecute that war. Now, I agree with the chairman. We need a strategy. We face the most complex threat environment that we've faced in a very, very long time. So we really want to hear from the administration. Don't give us this realism, chest-thumping stuff. What are we really going to do to meet those threats, to deal with the challenges we face? And I'll close just by saying, one of the other ironies of this, of course, is we have a great example in the world right now of what our strategy should be and where our values should be. And that's Ukraine. And I'm really curious, here we are, we roll out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin. We belittle and insult President Zelensky in the White House. He has no cards, right? Well, here we are a year after that. Looks like he had a couple cards to play because Ukraine is actually winning against Russia. Ukraine, a sovereign democracy standing up against a brutal, oppressive, coercive dictatorship. And we can't even bring ourselves on a consistent basis to say, we are with Ukraine and we are against what Putin is doing, and stand up and support them. So I want to see that strategy to meet the complex threat environment.
They can't even be against what Putin is doing as Putin is helping the Iranians. They can't even be against Putin as he's helping the people who are destroying our soldiers. Understand this ignorance. And China, who is giving Iran intel and weapons to destroy our own soldiers in Iran in a war that we were told that we must enter into based upon having a compromised president that must do everything that Israel and Mossad tell him to do. Let all of that sink in as they ask for $500 trillion more dollars to fight wars. How is the American economy doing? How are the Americans' jobs doing? Let's continue.
That we have. But simply saying we've already won and boasting and bragging and trying to belittle and insult the entire world, that's not going to get us to the posture that we need. So I hope we have a conversation about how we can build a strategy that makes sense and is actually realistic. With that, I yield back.
I thank the ranking member for his opening statement. Now I'd like to introduce our witnesses. And we have the Honorable Pete Hegseth, Secretary of War, General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And
when is Pete Hegseth been honorary? I'm curious.
They are being accompanied by Mr. Jay Hurst, Acting Chief Financial Officer and Comptroller for the department. I also want to welcome the Secretary's wife, Jennifer. Welcome to our hearing. Glad to have you here with us today.
We got to acknowledge his wife. Why? Let's move on. Let's move on. Let's see this warrior ethos, and we are going to dominate our adversaries. Let's
the
hear
$1.5 trillion FY20, nothing less than, and putting our defense trumps. We were focused on finished and at scale.
Somebody who's over the Secretary of War, who cannot go anywhere unless his wife is trailing behind him. Let that sink in. Let's hear his opening statements, shall we?
General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, and they are being accompanied by Mr. Jay Hurst, Acting Chief Financial Officer and Comptroller for the department. I also want to welcome the Secretary's wife, Jennifer. Welcome to our hearing. Glad to have you here with us today. And with that, Ms. Secretary, we'll start with you. You're recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Smith, distinguished members of the committee. We appreciate the opportunity to testify in full support of President Trump's historic $1.5 trillion fiscal year 2027 budget request for the Department of War. The president's budget request reflects the urgency of the moment, addressing both the deferment of longstanding problems as well as positioning our forces for both the current and the future fight. We think divesting to invest is a strategy of austerity. I'm honored to appear alongside General Dan Kane, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, as well as Jay Hurst, our Comptroller or Chief Financial.
Divesting to invest is what are you talking about? Now you're asking for more money, and you're divesting in what the European Union, the G7. Is that what you're divesting in? But let's not forget that 4547 has invited Vladimir Putin to come to the G7 summit in Miami. Are we forgetting that? Are we going to act? Oh, y'all didn't know that? Let's continue.
Officer. I'd like to start by thanking this committee and Congress for your partnership in securing the investments needed for a stronger, prouder, and more secure America. I think what our troops have demonstrated to the world over the last 50 years.
Listen. Is he gonna spend some of this $500 billion on food for the people that they have in harm's way fighting these useless wars? Have you guys seen the? I hope I still have the food that this Pentagon who is talking about all of this lethality and things that they need to complete the missions while they are feeding the soldiers dog scraps, it appears. Do I have it? Please have it. Okay, I will go back and find the puppy scraps that your military is feeding these people.
18 months are a
while asking for trillions of dollars.
Reflection of that. A nation's ability to build, innovate, and support the critical needs of its warfighters at speed and at scale is the foundation upon which its survival rests. However, upon taking office on January 20th, 2025, President Trump inherited a defense industrial base that had been hollowed out by years of America last policies, resulting in a diminished ability to project strength. Under the previous administration, we were focused on offshoring and outsourcing, riddled with cost overruns and degraded capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder in chief, we are reversing this systemic decay and putting our defense industrial base back on a wartime footing. If you ask anyone at our Pentagon, urgency informs everything we do. We're rebuilding a military that the American people can be proud of, one that instills nothing less than unrelenting fear in our adversaries and the utmost confidence in our allies. We fight to win in every scenario. The $1.5 trillion FY27 budget put forward by the president will build upon the historic $1 trillion FY26 top line and continue to reverse the 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden administration. The $1.5 trillion budget will ensure the United States continues to maintain the world's most powerful and capable military as we grapple with a complex threat environment across multiple theaters. Not to mention, this budget also includes a historic troop pay increase, 7% for lower enlisted, and the budget eliminates all poor or failing barracks. Quality of life for our troops is front and center in this budget as well. By supercharging our industrial capability and transforming how the department does business, we're restoring American commercial dominance at a pace unseen in generations, transforming the defense industrial base from a broken, slow-moving system of the past. We have flipped the Pentagon acquisition process from a bureaucratic model to a business model, 180, decisively moving from an acquisition environment paralyzed by bureaucratic red tape into an outcomes-driven organization focused on delivering the most at cost, at scale for taxpayer dollars. Over the past year, through historic multi-year procurement agreements, smart business deals for things like critical munitions and capabilities, we've sent an unambiguous demand signal to industry partners to build more and build faster. The result has been a surge, a revitalization of our great American factories and a massive reinvestment in the skilled American workers who serve as the industrial muscle behind our warriors. Let me briefly provide you with some concrete high-level metrics of what's been accomplished over just the past few months. These are announced new facilities and investments to support American warfighters, and I would refer you to the screen. The department has helped stimulate more than 250 private investment deals in 39 states, in 180 cities, and 150 companies worth more than $50 billion. It's resulted in 280 new or expanded facilities, more than 18 million new square feet of American manufacturing, and more than 70,000 new jobs in defense.
Let's put a pin in that. Let's put a pin in that real quick. We'll get right back to it. Let's put a pin in what they are saying and what the actual military is experiencing. While you hear all of these good numbers and advancements and what they are doing to pay more and promote more, why is it then? Why is it then? They're hungry all the time. Multiple recent polls indicate that a majority of Americans oppose the war. Let's get into this story. More than 50,000 American service members are currently stationed in the Middle East, including thousands of Marines and sailors. If you did not know that, aboard warships patrolling the Strait of Hormuz, multiple vessels have not made port since the war erupted in late February. They have not made it to port. Hostilities were paused after the U.S. and Iran announced a 2-week ceasefire last Thursday. Both sides are now engaged in peace negotiations, which is not true, which have yet to yield a breakthrough on Thursday. 4547 said that the conflict is going swimmingly and signaled that it should be ending pretty soon. But what is the reality on these ships? for our military people. Okay. Multiple recent, okay, I said about the poll. They're hungry all the time. A 63-year-old man identified as Dan F. Became deeply concerned when his daughter, a Marine stationed in the USS Tripoli, sent him a photo of the meal served aboard the vessel. According to USA Today, it consisted of a small portion of meat, some type of potted meat, some type of unidentifiable meat, and one tortilla. Most of the tray was empty. A photo taken aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln, an aircraft carrier, shows a equally unappetizing meal. A tiny clump of carrots, a hamburger, and a thin slab of meat. It looked like a silver tongue that had been run over by 18-wheeler, the meat. Dan's daughter messaged him that service members aboard her ship were rationing food, had no fresh fruit or vegetables, and that the coffee machine had broken down. We have the strongest military in the world. You shouldn't be running out of food, Dan, a Marine veteran, told the outlet. Karen Valentine, a pastor in West Virginia, said that she was disturbed to hear from her community members that her son on the USS Abraham Lincoln is living on insufficient rations. Now, they said that a lot of these sailors have lost a lot of weight as well. And they are saying that they cannot even get their packages from family members mailed in to them because they have discontinued the zip code that is used to send these packages to these different ships. So therefore, the packages go so far. And since the zip code, they have discontinued these packages that match the zip codes that have been discontinued are just sitting idly by as people are trying to even send packages of food and things to their family members. They're not even making it possible for that to happen. But they want $500 billion more dollars. Okay. The food is tasteless and there's not nearly enough of it. They're hungry all the time, she said. That kind of breaks your heart. A spokesman for the Pentagon did not immediately respond to a request for comment from the Independent. General Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff, who is in the room right now at this hearing, told reporters earlier this month that the U.S. troops supporting the war had consumed more than 6 million meals, more than 950,000 gallons of coffee, and more than 2 million energy drinks. So Dan Kane is saying, hey, look at what they're eating up. They eating up a whole gang of shit. Now understand that there's over 50,000 people there. Now more than 6 million meals since February. Are we talking since February? Kane added that servicemen have also relied on copious amounts of nicotine. I'm not saying we have a problem, he laughed. So they've had copious amount of nicotine. Mail deliveries suspended in an attempt to help supplement service members' paltry rations. Family members have filled boxes with all the comforts of home, including Girl Scout cookies, home-baked fudge, kind bars, and new socks, in an attempt to send them to the Middle East. A West Virginia community mailed out 22 boxes to a sailor abroad of the USS Abraham Lincoln. A Texas woman said her family spent upwards of $2,000 on packages for her son, yet none of these shipments have been delivered, according to USA Today. This is because mail delivery services to military zip codes across the region have been suspended indefinitely as of this month. I'm going to drop the link to this story right here. I was hoping that I could. That I could actually show you a picture of these meals. Let me see if I can find a picture. Here's the link to this story in my description box. It is also, this link is also going to be in my description box under a keg breath on the budget. I'm dropping it here too. You can see this article while keg breath is saying one thing about the budget. I first reported this story. I think it was the week before last. I don't think it was the last week. I think I reported this story the week before last. Let me see if they have the pictures of this dog food looking shit. Even this dog wouldn't even eat this food. Let me see if I can find a picture of the food that they have been feeding our military veterans. Let me see. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. Hold on. Read more. Morale, U.S. Navy. Now, now Fox News has a report of the new U.S. Navy releases photos of fresh meals, pushes back on reports of. Okay. Let me new photos emerge of U.S. sailors' small meals service members allegedly lost 17 pounds during Iran deployment. Okay, so Fox News, the state media regime is trying to push back on these photos. They are going and having photos with military people who are trying to tell you, oh no, this is what we're feeding our soldiers. But these are pictures of soldiers that are actually in the Middle East. These are their own pictures. So who do you believe? Who do you believe? You can believe whomever you want to believe. I'm just giving you the information. The International Business Times. Here we are. What is this? What is this? What is that? And you're fighting a war. You're fighting a war, and this is what you're eating. New photos are circulating showing the inadequate meals being served to U.S. troops deployed during the current conflict with Iran. The photograph taken by serving officers aboard the USS Abraham Lincoln has sparked scrutiny regarding the nutritional support provided to service members. Okay, so let's see if there's any more pictures. There is here we go. What is this? What is this silver shit? We know this is some goobly gop of beef, but what is this? Is this supposed to be? They're hungry all the time. The U.S. sailors pour small meals near Iran revealed a crisis. A single meat patty, a scoop of shredded meat on the table, on the side, and the dishes are similarly limited. Okay, this is what this is what $1 trillion budget and a whole lot of warmongering and a whole lot of trying to topple other governments, a whole lot of theft and thievery. This is the same Pentagon that just spent $97 billion, blew $97 billion in September of 2025 to try to say that, hey, we need more money in our budget. We don't have anything left over. They spent all of this money, $93 billion on ribeye steaks, crab legs, lobster tails, donuts, ice cream machines, fruit stands, high-end furniture, $93 billion in the month of September. Under this, if you don't use it, you will lose it. So they wanted you to believe that they were under the thought process of, hey, if we don't use the rest of this $93 billion while people are losing their health care insurance, while people are being thrown off of Medicare, Medicaid, there is nothing that this $93 billion could do. So we're going to fuck off $93 billion in September under the guise of, if we don't use it, we'll lose it. And when on July 4th, the big bloated budget bill was already signed into law, which already had given the Pentagon a increase in their budget for 2026. Their budget in 2025 was $800 and some trillion. July 4th, 2026, the Pentagon was well aware that their new budget for 2026 would be $1 trillion. And in September of 2025, they still blew $93 billion of your taxpayer money under some guys. If they didn't use it, they would lose it, when they already had an increased budget that had increased to $1 trillion. Now, let's go back. And now, knowing all of this, let's go back and hear what these motherfuckers got to say for themselves. I'm going to drop this link as well under the Pete Kegbreath testimony. But let's go back. Because I have been talking about this and talking about this. Let's see if they're going to talk about this in this budget that they're doing. I hope that they're talking about this in this budget that they're doing. Well, let's get into it.
This is the key part of this. These $50 billion of investment in new plants, new assembly lines, and new factories, these are private investments, not taxpayer dollars. By changing our departments, transforming our department's business model, American companies are investing in America with their own money, their own capital, a historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all again with their capital.
Okay. So he wants you to believe that companies are just investing in the defense system. He wants you to believe that people are just, hey, I got a business. Let me make something for you, Pete Kegbreath. No, I don't need a defense contract. No, I don't want to be a defense contractor where I know that I'm going to get rich if you guys go to war. No, I just want to make something for you, Pete. It don't have to be under any contract for the Department of Defense. Who the fuck he think he talking to? Who the fuck, or what company is creating things for the Department of Defense without a defense contract? Who he think? These are just private companies that are investing. Excuse me? Who does he think he's talking to? His wife. Look at the faces on the people behind him as he say this dumb shit. Who do you believe believes this? They are investing their own capital. However, it's funny that the newest defense contractors, Uday and Tusay Trump, the Beavis and Butthead Trump brothers are the newest defense contractors, as they have procured contracts in the Department of Defense. How come they just didn't use their own capital? How come Don Jr. Got, I think it's either $400 to $600 million for his new drone company that he has never, the business that he has never been in before. But all of a sudden, this new startup drone company by Trump Jr. Gets $600 million, or either $400 to $600 million government contract from Pete Kegbreath. And we're not going to, I think Eric actually has 2 contracts with the Department of Defense. But now all of these other people, they're just using their own money. They're using their own capital. I guess because they're not linked in. Let's continue.
Not Uncle Sam's. This has never been done before with their own money, their own capital. A historic demonstration of American manufacturing and defense revitalization, all again with their capital, not Uncle Sam's. This has never been done before.
I guess it hasn't. I guess it hasn't been done before, ever. Why would it ever be done before? The largest Pentagon budget. He wants you to believe that people are spending their own money when they got money to burn. And we are to believe what? So where are all these manufacturing jobs, since they are not procured by the Department of Defense? Where are all the jobs that these manufacturers have put their own money to? It seems like they would be creating jobs in America. So Pete Kegbreath, can you give us an example of one of these jobs and how many jobs it has created in whatever a part of the country that they are using their own capital to manufacture products for the Department of Defense? Kegbreath, can you tell me that, please? I shouldn't even have to ask that question if in fact what he said was even remotely true.
And is long overdue from a bureaucratic model to a business model. Anyone on the outside looking in at what's been done inside this Pentagon in the last 12 months cannot deny the fundamental transformation at speed, at scale, to innovate and meet.
Anybody from the outside looking in, the goddamn real press can't be in the inside looking in and do a story because you have thrown the real media out for the Trump loyalists and sycophants and YouTubers and influencers to be the press for the department, for the Pentagon. So anyone on the outside looking in, how are they going to see what is going on inside when you were demanding that the press sign NDAs that they will not write a story that has not been previously vetted from particular people in the Pentagon, and they must be walked around the Pentagon with a babysitter? Who from the outside in can say anything about what's going on in the Pentagon? Let's continue.
The threats of today and tomorrow. These investments equal great things for America, American families, and American workers, and help to ensure that our warfighters are able to defend the American dream and all American made. Together with the help of the policies, updates, and appropriations passed by Congress, President Trump's War Department has begun to turn the lights back on in manufacturing towns across this country, and once again, forging a lethal arsenal of freedom. Where critical supply chains are threatened, the War Department has acted decisively to inject capital, stimulate production, and prevent adversarial exploitation. We are firing up the American economic engine and at every level of our defense industrial base. Every policy we pursue, every budgetary item we request serves to ensure the department remains laser focused on increasing lethality and survivability of our forces from the front lines to the factory floors. This is a historic budget, as you said, Mr. Chairman. This is a fiscally responsible budget. This is a warfighting budget. And speaking of warfighting, the topic of Iran, I'm sure will come up today, which I very much welcome discussing. I look forward to sharing the incredible successes of our military, achieved in a matter of weeks, President Trump, unlike other presidents, has had the courage to ensure Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, and he's ironclad in that. We have the best negotiator in the world driving that deal. The biggest challenge, the biggest adversary we face at this point are the reckless, feckless, and defeatist words of congressional Democrats and some Republicans 2 months in, I remind you, 2 months in to a conflict. Lest I remind you, and my generation understands how long we were in Iraq, how long we were in Afghanistan, how long we were in Vietnam. 2 months in on an existential fight for the safety of the American people, Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb. We are proud of this undertaking. I am proud that President Trump has had the courage to do it, and I look forward to sharing more about what our troops have accomplished. So I thank you again for the opportunity to address this committee. I ask that God would continue to watch over our troops in harm's way, and those that have fallen are always in our memory, and we fight to ensure their legacy. Look forward to answering the questions of this committee.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman Rogers, Ranking Member Smith, and members of this committee. Thanks for having me today. I'm honored to be here today alongside the Honorable Pete Hegseth and Honorable Jay Hurst to testify on the President's fiscal year 2027 budget. I'm grateful for the opportunity to testify today, and I'm thankful for your continued partnership in support of our warfighters defending the homeland and our interests around the world. It's a privilege to speak with you today about the foundation of America's strength, our 2.8 million members of our joint force. And I'm continually inspired by our soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines.
Excuse me. I must move on. I wanted to get to some questioning. I'm going to let him pay respects to our soldiers and our actual Air Force people. But beyond that, we're going to move beyond him because Pete Kegbreath never has it within him to show any type of respect to the men and women of the selected service who are out here every day risking their lives for his ignorance. So I will let him say that.
Guardians and Coast Guardsmen and our civilians standing the watch for our nation, supported always by their families. Each and every one of them could have chosen another path, but they don't. They choose to serve and to do something more important than themselves. And every day they meet the nation's challenges from combat operations to critical support roles with the courage, tenacity, and grit that keeps our nation strong and secure. I would also like to express my deep gratitude for the 39 members of our joint force who've passed away during my time as the chairman, including 14 who've passed during Operation Epic Fury. As the Secretary said, we are deeply grateful for each of them and their families, and their names will never be forgotten. As the chairman, my duty is to ensure our civilian leadership has a comprehensive range of military options and the associated risks that to those leaders who make the nation's hardest decisions, and offer my military advice privately. I owe the President, the Secretary, and the Congress the truth at every turn. My blueprint for this role is General George C. Marshall. His commitment to civilian control of the military and nonpartisan military remains a constant standard and something I borrow from often. I strive daily to emulate his candor, delivering the facts to our leaders and telling them always what they need to hear, not always what they want to hear. And once a decision is made, executing it with absolute dedication, and that is the demand of our profession. I sit here today before you representing our incredible joint force, and I want to emphasize my commitment to this committee and the Congress that I will always follow General Marshall's steadfast example by providing clear and candid nonpartisan military advice and working together with our civilian leaders to ensure that our military does the things that we must do, being prepared to deter and defend our nation, and if called upon, win our wars around the world.
Let's get to the questioning. Let's not ever forget that this is a DEI unqualified hire. Raising Cain.
With those. And that reconciliation bill last year
who maintain readiness.
I
Who's
recognize
asking a
myself now
question?
for questions. Secretary Higgseth.
I'm not going to listen to his questioning. We're going to go on to the next person. The link is in the description box. Why waste my time listening to a kiss ass ask questions? I'm very curious.
Through
Why
the White
would I
House
do
that will
that?
come to Congress once we have a full assessment of the cost of the conflict.
Sure. So you're saying the full cost at this point is $25 billion?
Hold on.
Request.
Hold on. Let's get to
down payment on the future here, sir.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
With that, I yield to the ranking member for any questions he may have.
Okay, this link is in my description box. You can hear all of the questionings under a keg breath on budget. So we're going to listen to actual questions that matter. Let's get into it.
Thank you. Mr. Hurst, drag you into the conversation here. We have not yet received from the Pentagon the costs of the war. So just for the record, we'd like to get that as soon as possible. Certainly the munitions.
So let's be real clear that they also asked Russell Vogt, the man who is in charge of the Office of Management and Budget. He did not have a number of what the real cost up until now that this war has cost. So they're trying to hide the numbers of the war, and they will gladly add them on to the tale of the ever increasing budget deficit that we have. But right now, they don't want to mention what the cost of the war is. And then strangely enough, they knew that they had this hearing to talk about the budget, but they didn't bring that part of the budget. Let's continue.
But also underreported is we've had a fair amount of equipment destroyed, including 2 C-130s with the rescue of our downed airmen. So do you have either A, a cost estimate coming to us anytime soon, or B, a specific supplemental request?
Thank you for that question. So approximately at this day, we're spending about $25 billion on Operation Epic Fury. Most of that is in munitions. There's part of that is obviously O&M and equipment replacement. We will formulate a supplemental through the White House that will come to Congress once we have a full assessment of the cost of the conflict.
Sure. So you're saying the full cost at this point is $25 billion?
So they don't have a full, they're not tabulating as they go. Once we get a full cost, that's when we don't have any, we're not keeping in any data about the cost that we're running, the cost that we're incurring as we continue to come to you to ask for more and more of the taxpayer dollars, and we are not even being able to say that we are being good stewards of these dollars that we come to and act as if they are being shitted out of Trump's ass. Let's continue.
Billion.
Yeah, that's our estimate for the cost.
Okay. Interesting, because I'm glad you answered that question, because we've been asking for a hell of a long time and no one's given us the number. So if you could get those details over to us, that would be great.
Did you say $25 billion? Let me be sure that you guys understand how many $1 billion up until this moment.
General Kane, what does the one
up until this moment? How much has been spent?
Having to go to war in Iran. So we need to keep that in mind. But also, since the war started, Iran's nuclear arsenal has not been weakened in any way. And at the moment, in negotiations, what Iran is saying, basically, prior to this one, including President Trump in his first.
Hold on.
Estimate for the cost.
Okay. Interesting, because I'm glad you answered that question, because we've been asking for a hell of a long time and no one.
$25 billion up until this point has been spent on a war for what reason? What reason have we just spent $25 billion? And what cannot your government afford to do for the poor, the elderly, the homeless in this country, people who don't have health care? How much would any of these things cost your government to do for you? Now, this is from February to April. So this is just the initial cost. some of the initial costs, because they're going to have to get more figures in from the White House. He said 25 million. I'm sure he's going to say, oh, but that didn't include all the aircraft jets that fell off the deck of the aircraft carriers. That didn't include the helicopters that went down with those CS 130s when we were doing this rescue mission. That don't count the helicopters that was lost. That doesn't count the repair from the alleged strike that happened to the Gerald Ford, and we had to limp that out of the Persian Gulf to go get repaired. That we said that was a laundry fire. That don't include those costs. What is not included in this $25 billion? But they will not use it on making America great again.
Given us the number. So if you could get those details over to us, that would be great. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the nuclear aspect of Iran and the war. And it is worth noting that every president prior to this one, including President Trump in his first term, also prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon without actually having to go to war in Iran. So we need to keep that in mind. But also, since the war started, Iran's nuclear arsenal has not been weakened in any way. And at the moment in negotiations, what Iran is saying, basically pay us to open up the strait. That's their position, which is completely untenable. I agree. It's worth noting, of course, that the strait was open before the war started. Now we're negotiating to get back to status quo. And Iran's most recent offer is to say, we'll talk about nukes later. So what is the plan to actually turn all of this lethal kinetic action into an improvement in the nuclear situation? Because we haven't gotten there yet. Play it out for us. How does that happen? How does it actually lead to that result?
Well, I would take issue with the premise of the question that nothing was done. Operation Midnight Hammer was a very effective.
Well, I didn't say nothing was done. I said in this war.
Ultimately.
Quite amazing. Quite amazing that you want to talk about fraud in California while not acknowledging California has the fourth largest economy in the world. While you ignore that California is the economy that gives you poor red states money to survive. So while you're talking about California, what you're not talking about is the facts that are being presented in front of you, because you dummies always want to talk about this whataboutism. Look over here. Don't listen to the facts that she's playing. I'm going to rewind it a little bit. While you always want to talk about the whataboutism and y'all not talking about California. California is the one that keeps you poor, dumb red states that continue to vote against your interest of getting any of your food stamps. You poor red states that depend on food stamps. It is the California economy that allows that.
So if you could get those details over to us, that would be great. Giving us the number. Interesting, because I'm glad you answered that question, because we've been asking for a hell of a long time and no one's given us the number. So if you could get those details over to us, that would be great. Mr. Secretary, you mentioned the nuclear aspect of Iran and the war. And it is worth noting that every president prior to this one, including President Trump in his first term, also prevented Iran from getting a nuclear weapon without actually having to go to war in Iran. So we need to keep that in mind. But also, since the war started, Iran's nuclear arsenal has not been weakened in any way. And at the moment in negotiations, what Iran is saying, basically pay us to open up the strait. That's their position, which is completely untenable. I agree. It's worth noting, of course, that the strait was open before the war started. Now we're negotiating to get back to status quo. And Iran's most recent offer is to say, we'll talk about nukes later. So what is the plan to actually turn all of this lethal kinetic action into an improvement in the nuclear situation? Because we haven't gotten there yet. Play it out for us. How does that happen? How does it actually lead to that result?
Well, I would take issue with the premise of the question that nothing was done. Operation Midnight Hammer was a very effective.
Oh, I didn't say nothing was done. I said in this war.
Ultimately,
this war started.
well, this under this administration, unlike other administrations, which cut bad deals and pallets of cash with no ability to oversee whether Iran is actually pursuing a nuclear program.
Which is where
if we
we're
want
at
to litigate JCPOA or the Iran deal, our view, the president's views, that was a very bad deal.
Okay.
That gave them a
That's
bunch
the
of money up
past. What's
front
the future?
to fund. You talked about negotiated deals. Allowed them to fund their proxies and spread Hamas and Hezbollah all around the region, build up nuclear capabilities.
What are we going to do now?
President Trump has been clear-eyed, from the killing of Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer and now to this effort to recognize that you have to stare down this kind of.
Okay, so Obama agreement propped up proxies. Would that be the proxies these in Yemen? Would that be those proxies that you yourself took your ass over in Yemen and gave up the time that you were going to strike in Yemen, the Houthis? With the Houthis, wouldn't they be a proxy of Iran? And your stupid ass went over there talking on an unsecured app about what time that you were going to strike. The Houthis, who had anti-aircraft that could have shot these aircraft down. Weren't you over there supposed to affecting some change because the Houthis were blocking up the Red Sea? Because they weren't. They did not want shipments to go through to Israel because Israel was in an active genocide against the Palestinians. Are these proxies that you speak of? Didn't you already have a go at these proxies before they went and struck Iran in June under the premise of they had demolished all of their nuclear capabilities, and now here you are again back there in February talking about what you are doing that Barack Obama didn't do in his non-proliferation deal that he had with Iran. Well, if Barack Obama deal is so bad and your idea and your ideas are so good, why are you still going back and forth and back and forth? And why is this war machine so afraid that once again the Houthis are going to block the Red Sea and they are going to really put your motherfucking nuts in a wrench? They're really gonna lock all of the shipment up in the Persian Gulf. If you had taken care of the Houthis, who was a proxy that were allowed to flourish because of Barack Hussein Obama, why is it that it was 45-47 said, oh, well, the Houthis said that they're done striking us, and I believe them. So we're going to move out of there, and we're going to go to Venezuela and steal oil from Venezuela. Didn't your president say they were done fighting America and they believed them? And thus y'all skirted out of the Red Sea? And before you skirted out of the Red Sea, wasn't it you, Cagbreath, who lost 2 military fighting aircraft in the Red Sea because you were so desperate trying to dodge a hit from these said Houthis that y'all made such a sharp turn in shallow water that 2 of our $100 million aircraft fighters just slid off the deck? You fucking imbecile. But you trying to talk about what y'all have done better than Barack Obama, and all y'all have caused is blood and treasure. That's the only thing that you have been able to do at the behest of your master Benjamin Netanyahu.
Enemy who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon. Nuclear capabilities.
What are we going to do now?
President Trump has been clear-eyed, from the killing of Qasem Soleimani to the pulling out of the Iran deal to Midnight Hammer and now to this effort to recognize that you have to stare down this kind of enemy who's hell-bent on getting a nuclear weapon and get them to a point where they're at the table giving it up in a way that
So they
ensures
haven't
never have it.
So they haven't broken yet. Okay, we haven't gotten there yet for all of the.
Well, their nuclear facilities have been obliterated. Underground, they're buried, and we're watching them 24/7. So we know where any nuclear material
Reclaiming
might
my
be.
time for
We're
just a
watching
quick
it.
second here. We had to start this war, you just said, 60 days ago, because the nuclear weapon was an imminent threat. Now you're saying that it was completely
They
obliterated?
had not given up their nuclear ambitions, and they had a conventional shield of thousands
So
of missiles.
Operation Midnight
They're at the
Hammer
weakest
accomplished
moment.
nothing of substance. It
No, you're
left us
missing-
at
you're
exactly
missing
the
the
same
point.
place we were before. So
Their-
much so
their
that we had to
facilities
start
were
a
bombed
war.
and obliterated. Their ambitions
Bye,
continue,
Renee.
and they're building a conventional shield.
All right,
of
let me
missiles.
try again.
It's the North Korea strategy. You know this very well. The North
I
Korea
know.
strategy was use conventional missiles to prevent anybody from challenging them so they could slow walk their way to a weapon. President Trump saw Iran at its weakest moment, took an action to ensure, in a way that only the United States of America could do with our Israeli partners,
And yet
to
they
ensure their
still haven't given
conventional
up the nuclear.
shield was
All right.
brought
One
to
other
field, which
question,
we've done.
if I could get to it. So on Ukraine, a year plus ago, your advice, the president's advice, was Ukraine had no cards to play. They should go cut the best possible deal they could. Clearly, that was wrong. What did you miss? What did you miss about the conflict between Russia and Ukraine that you didn't see that Ukraine was going to be capable of doing what they've done in the last 14 months?
What we didn't miss, and we're here in this committee, is that Joe Biden, with no accountability, gave hundreds of billions of dollars of our weapons to Ukraine, to an outcome that never would have happened if President Trump was president. So he pulled out our. You guys don't talk about that. Ultimately, President Trump believes there should be a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. And that serves
But you
the best
didn't
interest
expect
of both
Ukraine to be
parties.
where they're at right now. I'm asking you, just from a strategic
Listen,
standpoint, what
I think
did
the
you miss?
Ukrainians have shown great courage, and I appreciate that Europe is now paying for any weapons that we provide.
All right, I yield back. Thank you.
All right, now I want to remind everybody, everybody wants to get their questions, so we are going to be sticking strictly to the 5-minute rule today. So with that, I recognize the gentleman.
Historic, record-breaking surge.
You and Mr. Secretary, we continue to see the growing nuclear threat of our adversaries as they expand their capabilities with the largest military buildup in peacetime.
Which listed the threat assessment. I want to focus farmers at price of gas to the happy. It's going to continue to drive up energy costs to prepare for an extended blockade of Iran. It goes on to describe, again, the thinking behind the strategy, but also talks about how prolonging the blockade is going to continue to drive up energy costs all over the world. Given the ever-changing messages from this administration on the war strategy and timeline, I really honestly don't expect you to confirm or deny the journal story. But one thing is clear, the number of transits across the Strait of Hormuz has dropped to the lowest level since the war began, and commodity markets have stopped listening to the happy talk, and crude oil prices this morning have risen to the highest level since the war in Ukraine started in 2022. AAA reported this morning that the average price of gas is $4.30 a gallon, up 30 cents in 1 week. Diesel's average is $5.45. My friend, Mr. Garamendi, says in California it's closer to $8 a gallon. And fertilizer prices have also hammered farmers at exactly the same time they're beginning planting all across the country. Aside from the damage this war has done to American consumers, farmers, and small businesses, I want to focus for a minute on the cost of the war and our military readiness, particularly to other combatant commands. Mr. Secretary, you put out a national defense strategy in January, which listed the threat assessment facing our country. China was number one, with the second largest, most powerful military in the world, of course. Russia's nuclear force clearly was number two in terms of the threat they pose to the homeland. North Korea, which has missiles that actually can reach U.S. territory, was ranked number three, and Iran was described as, quote, and accurately after Midnight Hammer, that Iran's regime is weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades. Again, this was before February 28th, when the decision was made to go in the military strikes on Iran. So today we have 3 carrier strike forces in Central Command. The Indo-PACOM, which is where Russia and China are operating their navies, 52% of the globe. We have one carrier strike group in Japan, George Washington. And the imbalance in terms of just, what our commitments and frankly, what our national defense strategy, is just blindingly obvious in terms of what this war is doing. Gerald Ford is on day 312 of its deployment. They've gone through fires, plumbing problems, and again, an extended deployment, which in my opinion is hitting readiness as hard as anything I've seen in the time that I've been on this committee. So General Kane, in terms of, again, the carrier strike groups that are over there, assuming that we get to some end game here, Ford is not going over to the Indo-Pacific to buttress the gap that exists there today. They've got to go back into pretty heavy repair and availability in terms of trying to recover from their deployment. So again, in terms of just, the decisions about where we're putting people and putting really the most powerful part of our Navy, can you explain again what that means in terms of the situation in Indo-PACOM, where China is watching? We saw Mr. Rogers' pretty powerful presentation in terms of the buildup that's happening in that part of the world. How does that align with the national defense strategy, which was just put out by this administration in January?
Well, sure. First, I want to echo your comments on the Ford Strike Group. Fantastic work by incredible sailors, not just the Ford herself, but the other ships as well, on a historic cruise doing incredible work for the nation.
But excuse me, how does that balance with the national?
Well, yes, sir. Happy to answer the way I think about this. The national security strategy and national defense strategy are frameworks, but a president will employ national force and power based on the political and security situations that a president deems appropriate to use that military force. There's always trade-offs in all of these things. I'm confident that the president always carefully considers these readiness trade-offs, and I'm sure he has done so in this case based on the military options that we've presented with the associated risks and advice.
To make a trade going after a regime that's weaker and more vulnerable than it has been in decades, which is quote unquote from the Defense Strategies report, does not, in my opinion, in common sense.
Gentleman's time's expired. As you can tell from looking at the dais, votes have been called. So we are now going to stand in recess to the end of this vote. I expect it to take 20 to 25 minutes, but we are now in recess.
C-SPAN 3 is live on Capitol Hill, where Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, are testifying on the Pentagon's 2027 budget amid the U.S.-Iran conflict. Right now, members of the Armed Services Committee are taking a break. While members break, we'll show you testimony from earlier.
It will come to order. Without objection, the chair reserves the right to declare the committee in recess at any point. Before we begin, I want to remind those in the audience that this hearing is open to the public, but actions that disrupt or distract the proceedings will not be tolerated. The chair reserves the right to remove.
Let me see if I can get beyond the vote. Back to questions. The live questions. Let me see.
And more. We will shortly announce a sub-unified command.
50 days of Trump's Iran war
capabilities. Under the leadership of President Trump, our builder-in-chief, we are reversing.
Ukraine. Could you please give us a description of some of
this is, I believe,
because it's very important. I mean, we want to make certain that that we treat adversaries as adversaries and allies like allies, especially those that are essential.
I think we're after the vote right here. Let me see.
The king was here yesterday, and as he was speaking, the current ongoing.
The 4 years of underinvestment and mismanagement of the Biden $1 trillion of the one.
Okay, let me.
From Ohio, Mr. Turner is recognized.
Here we go.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, your written testimony on page 20 includes a statement concerning the importance of FISA and Section 702, which is incredibly timely because this body is going to be voting today on 702, which could be expiring this week. You state this vital tool keeps Americans safe, provides critical intelligence to our warfighters, and is subject to a rigorous system of oversight by all three branches of government to guarantee the protection of the constitutional rights of the American people. Thought I'd give you a moment to expound on that because this is going to be very important because there's several people who right now in this body are going to be considering their support for 702's reauthorization.
Well, thank you for that opportunity, Congressman. Yes, this department strongly supports the reauthorization of FISA 702. And it is not hyperbole to say many of the most important missions we have executed could not have happened without the intelligence gathered through FISA 702. So we would urge members to support that so we can continue doing the good work of the American people.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I appreciate your comments that Iran must never be permitted to obtain a nuclear weapon. There have been many comments that have been made concerning allies who have not assisted or supported the effort. General Kane, there have been many allies who have been essential for us to be able to execute the functions necessary both for Midnight Hammer and for the current ongoing operation. I'd like to ask you to speak for a moment about the essential aspect of the allies that are supporting the effort. There are bases that are necessary, are forward operating facilities, both our allies in the Middle East, both our NATO allies, those in Europe, throughout. We would not be able to undertake this current operation without the use and support of facilities that we have in our bases throughout NATO, Europe, and the Middle East. If you could, for a moment, expound on the integral nature of our facilities that include those bases that are located within our allies.
Well, Congressman, from a purely military standpoint, allies and alliances are important. They allow us, you did a better job than I could on articulating the importance of access, basing, and overflight considerations. You know, who those allies are and the quality of those alliances are left our civilian leaders, but certainly we appreciate those allies who've helped us and assisted us along the way.
General, you would describe them as having been essential.
Yes, sir.
Because it's very important. I mean, we want to make certain that that we treat adversaries as adversaries and allies like allies, especially those that are essential. The king was here yesterday, and as he was speaking, he received a standing ovation when he implored this body to continue our support for Ukraine. In the 2026 National Defense Strategy, it assesses Russia will remain a persistent, manageable threat. It specifically identifies Russia's continued threat to Ukraine, and we have, of course, currently the presidential continued drawdown authority that can support Ukraine, and also the President Trump announced Pearl, the prioritized Ukraine requirements list, and in the FY 2026 NDAA, there is the $400 million that is included in the European capacity building within the defense security cooperation. General, the last time on the House floor with respect to funding for Ukraine, there was a vote in the House of over 300 members of the House that supported Ukraine. Could you please give us a description of some of the things currently that we're doing operationally to support Ukraine?
Congressman, a few of those are probably left for classified session. We continue through our security assistance group Ukraine to assist with some information sharing matters. UCOM continues.
But you would describe it as continuous and ongoing and essential for Ukraine with U.S. support.
Sir, much of the relationship.
Gentleman's time's expired. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary and General Kane, let me begin by thanking the men and women of the United States military for their service and their bravery. I recognize that our service members have performed with extraordinary courage and tactical skill, and they've done incredible things that our country has asked them to. Their professionalism and selfless service are not in question and never have been. What is in question is the purposes and the strategic direction of this war. Mr. Hegseth, as Secretary of the Department of Defense, you are ultimately responsible for the conduct of the Iran war. Any unvarnished review of what is happening right now in the Middle East would reveal a geopolitical calamity, a strategic blunder resulting in worldwide economic crisis. The result of Trump's war of choice is a serious self-inflicted wound to America. It will take years and a new administration to recover from the grave damage to our standing in the world, as well as our economy and our military. We must remember that 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, and thousands of civilians killed, including more than 100 school children. The risk of this conflict was foreseeable. I'm certain that the Department of Defense knew that it was likely that in a war with Iran, Iran would create an international economic crisis by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and thus stopping 20% of the world's oil. Was this existential threat considered? Apparently not. During the 60 days of Trump's Iran war, critical munitions have been expended at an alarming rate, depleting magazine levels below what is thought necessary to hold China at bay. It will take years and tens of billions of dollars to restock. A significant part of the necessary Navy and Marine force in the Pacific has been removed and sent to support the Iran war. Our support of Ukraine has suffered as supplies and defense systems are diverted to the Iran war. America has lost irreplaceable aircraft, radar systems, and strategic bases have been shown to be vulnerable. The continued lengthy deployment of ships, equipment, and personnel has sacrificed readiness. We know what we have lost, but what have we gained? Let's consider that the regime in Tehran is still intact with new and more radical leadership, as are Iran's ballistic missile and drone forces, as is Iran's ability to rebuild their military industries. Also, as is Iran's coordination with China, Russia, and North Korea, and Iran's ability to choke off global energy supplies, and their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal in 2017. Secretary Hegseth, you have been lying to the American public about this war from day one, and so has the President. You have misled the public about why we are at war. You and the President have offered ever-changing reasons for this war. You've misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an astounding incompetence, doing immense economic damage to America.
Mr. Chairman,
and the
Mr.
world.
Chairman, with the personal attack on the secretary, he should have an opportunity to respond.
He certainly
Thank
will.
you. At the time you're doing it.
It's the gentleman's time. He can use it as he sees fit and add an extra 5 seconds to Mr. Garamendi's time.
Thank you. You and the President are ever-changing reasons for the war. You have misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an outstanding example of incompetence. This war of choice is a political and economic disaster at every level. Despite the President's promise to lower the cost of living, gas prices are up 40%, and inflation is soaring so much for lowering the cost of living. The President has got himself and America stuck in the quagmire of another war in the Middle East. He's desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistakes. It is in America's and indeed the world's interest that he succeed in that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today. General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, Mr. Hurst, thank you so much. I want to go to a statement I've been making here for the last several years, and that is we are in the most dangerous national security position that this world has been in since 1939. And we know that it's a critical effort that we undertake to make sure we can deter through the concept of peace through strength. Ms. Secretary, I'd like to start with you. We know that peace through strength has a number of...
Wait a minute. Did we have a whole snowflake, a moment that Hegseth that's being attacked? Hegseth got told the truth. And Hegseth got told the whole unabashed truth. And, you know, usually Pam Bimbo, she would wanted to address that. You notice that keg breath over the Department of War had absolutely nothing to add to that. Let's see a little bit more of that again.
He implored this body to continue our support for Ukraine. In the 2026
crisis, the result of Trump's war of choice is a serious self-inflicted wound to America. It will take years and a new administration to recover from the grave damage to our standing in the world, as well as our economy and our military. We must remember that 13 Americans have been killed in action, hundreds wounded, and thousands of civilians killed, including more than 100 school children. The risk of this conflict was foreseeable. I'm certain that the Department of Defense knew that it was likely that in a war with Iran, Iran would create an international economic crisis by blocking the Strait of Hormuz and thus stopping 20% of the world's oil. Was this existential threat considered? Apparently not. During the 60 days of Trump's Iran war, critical munitions have been expended at an alarming rate, depleting magazine levels below what is thought necessary to hold China at bay. It will take years and tens of billions of dollars to restock. A significant part of the necessary Navy and Marine force in the Pacific has been removed and sent to support the Iran war. Our support of Ukraine has suffered as supplies and defense systems are diverted to the Iran war. America has lost irreplaceable aircraft, radar systems, and strategic bases have been shown to be vulnerable. The continued lengthy deployment of ships, equipment, and personnel has sacrificed readiness. We know what we have lost, but what have we gained? Let's consider that the regime in Tehran is still intact with new and more radical leadership, as are Iran's ballistic missile and drone forces, as is Iran's ability to rebuild their military industries. Also, as is Iran's coordination with China, Russia, and North Korea, and Iran's ability to choke off global energy supplies, and their stockpile of highly enriched uranium, which they only built after President Trump shredded President Obama's Iran deal in 2017. Secretary Hegseth, you have been lying to the American public about this war from day one, and so has the president. You have misled the public about why we are at war. You and the president have offered ever-changing reasons for this war. You've misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an astounding incompetence, doing immense economic damage to America.
Mr. Chairman,
and the
Mr.
world.
Chairman, with the personal attack on the secretary, he should have an opportunity to respond.
He certainly
Thank
will.
you. At the time you're doing it.
It's the gentleman's time. He can use it as he sees fit and add an extra 5 seconds to Mr.
Quit being a little bitch. Mr. Chairman, we can't have all this truth coming out uninterrupted. Mr. Chairman.
Gary Meady's time.
Thank you. You and the president are ever-changing reasons for the war. You have misled the public about the progress of the war. While the military has executed this war with tactical success, the strategy has been an outstanding example of incompetence. This war of choice is a political and economic disaster at every level. Despite the president's promise to lower the cost of living, gas prices are up 40% and inflation is soaring so much for lowering the cost of living. The president has got himself and America stuck in the quagmire of another war in the Middle East. He's desperately trying to extricate himself from his own mistakes. It is in America's and indeed the world's interest that he succeed in that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back here, and I recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Whitman.
Pete, you ain't got nothing to say to that, Pete. What you say, Pete? What say you, Pete? You ain't gonna let him get away with that, Pete. You ain't got shit to say because you know it's true. Let's see what else we have here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank our witnesses for joining us today. General Kane, Secretary Hegseth, Mr. Hurst, thank you so much. I want to go to a statement I've been making here for the last several years, and that is we are in the most dangerous national security position that this world has been in since 1939. And we know that it's a critical effort that we undertake to make sure we can deter through the concept of peace through strength. Ms. Secretary,
okay,
if he's aircraft combat unit that are on board those
if
vessels,
he's taking the term peace through strength seriously, we're going to the next person.
and they let us do a number
this link is in my description box under Hegseth Talks Budget.
of different things. That's unfortunately that's an anomaly. There's need maximum.
Sure that this administration provides. We saw it in Southern Spear. We saw it on the Maduro raid. We see it right now. It's a persistent capability. So,
speaking of that Maduro raid, are you guys familiar with the fact that there is one of these special ops guys who stole tons of money while during the Maduro raid? Did you hear about that little piece, that little tidbit? So, do you think that he was the only one who stole money on the Maduro raid? I'm asking. I'm very curious.
I think you'll find our ship.
We know that your president sold a whole shipment of oil and put the money in a offshore account in Qatar that he only has access for. But they are prosecuting this lonely soldier that went in on foot to execute this raid. He is being prosecuted, but not so much for your president. But let's continue.
Building investments to meet that as well. But if I may,
sure. Yeah.
I didn't get a chance. I didn't see a question in the statement from the congressman. I hope you appreciate how reckless it is. When I said reckless, feckless, and defeatist of congressional Democrats.
Oh, here we go. You finally got a voice.
Beginning. That came after watching you say the same thing on CNN this morning, a quagmire. My generation served in a quagmire in Iraq and Afghanistan, years and years of nebulous missions and utopian nation building that led us to nothing. What we have...
What is this? Aren't you guys claiming that you have changed the regime, and but not wanting to acknowledge that the regime you have changed to that is more fierce than the regime that you change? Would that be nation building? Would that be backward backward nation building that you guys have admitted to, that you have cut off the heads of all the top people who were in charge in Iran, only to get his son, who is far more stringent? And isn't that what you said you did? But you're mad now. Let's continue.
Right now, the way you stain the troops when you tell them 2 months in, Congressman, you should know better. Shame on you. Calling this a quagmire.
How did he stain the troops? He stained you. You are in charge of the troops. The troops are doing what you ordered. It has nothing to do about the troop. It has to do with your incompetence of being over the Defense Department. This has absolutely nothing to do with the troops. We heard clearly what he said about the respect for the troops, and that unfortunately you are in charge of them. Let's keep it a buck. And if you care so much about these troops that are being underfed and losing weight as they are out here expected to perform at their ultimate best while starving our troops, I hope someone brings that up.
2 months in. The effort, what they've undertaken, what they've succeeded, the success on the battlefield that creates...
What are their successes? What did they succeed in? Because to be able to understand that they succeeded, we have to understand what the mission was. And the simple fact that the mission changed every other day, sometimes every other hour, sometimes between which person is speaking about this alleged mission. So how can somebody poo-poo the troops about not achieving their goals on a mission when you guys have not stated a clear-cut mission for them to succeed at?
Strategic opportunities, the courage of a president to confront a nuclear Iran, and you call it a quagmire, handing propaganda to our enemies? Shame on you for that statement. And statements like that are reckless to our troops. Don't say I support the troops on one hand, and then a 2-month mission is a quagmire. That's a false equivalation. Who are you cheering for here? Who are you pulling for? Our troops are doing incredible work. They've done incredible things for the entirety of this mission and achieved incredible battlefield successes. And you sit there and go on TV for your clickbait about quagmires. It undermines the mission. Your hatred for President Trump blinds you to the truth of the success of this mission and the historic stakes that the president is addressing, which
Sir, you want to talk about the success of this mission? Can you tell us one success of this mission? But you just want to deride of this person who gave you facts. But since you want to talk about the success of this mission, tell us some. We'll wait.
the American people support. Iran's been at war with us for 47 years. You want to talk about a forever war? For 2 months, this president has stared them down. He's going to get a better deal than anyone ever has and ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. I know the American people support that mission, despite your loose talk and words like quagmire. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. General Kane, I want to quickly go to you. We know all about the need for exquisite platforms, but we know if we're going to close the gap with our pacing threats, we have to make sure we have those expendable and attritable platforms. And we know those nation capabilities are key, and we have to be able to spin them up quickly because that's the fastest way for us to, again, deter by peace through strength. Give us your perspective on how you see the urgency of getting that capacity not only in place, but getting that ability to go to scale and get those capabilities in the hands of our warfighters.
Sir, I think it's critical. And when I look at what OSW above us is doing, and the Deputy Secretary as well as Secretary Duffy, and frankly, the National and Defense Industrial Bases all rallying around the need to scale, along with the new entrants that are out there who are coming and bringing products to the Joint Force. A key is capacity.
Time's expired. Here, and I recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
Thank you, Chairman. I'd like to thank the witnesses for being here today. Mr. Secretary, it's well known that our defense industrial base and maritime industrial base has declined greatly over time. It's the shipyards. It's many of the things that you already spoke about. In my community, we used to have 3 shipyards, 40,000 workers. We've lost that critical job skills there and 40,000 people who know how to do it. And quite frankly, most of it went overseas because it was cheaper. Well, cheaper doesn't buy the security we need for our industrial base. I championed a provision in the 24 NDAA entitled Enhanced Domestic Content Requirement for Major Acquisition Programs. Had to do with our industrial base making things here in America long before this administration came in. The goal was to strengthen our supply chains and have that critical oversight, push for greater investments, much of what you're doing now on these major defense acquisition programs. So we passed that in a bipartisan manner because we knew that this was critical and things can happen. Lo and behold, here we are. There was a reporting requirement in that. That calls on you, the Secretary of Defense, to establish an information repository, issue rules, create a fallback process to govern the Department of Defense. We wanted to better understand much of what is being done here, but it's not being reported back to us. I sent to your office on January 8th, followed up on February 4th. We're years overdue on this report. That will give us insight onto how we're addressing it. We hear what you're saying, but can you commit that we will get that report to us in the next 30 days?
Unless Jay has additional details, I'll make sure we look into it. Whatever we can get to you as rapidly as possibly, we will. We'll also check with the new Navy leadership and make sure they're complying as rapidly as possible with every aspect that could apply to shipbuilding. That's been our focus on the Navy side.
It's not just shipbuilding, major acquisition programs across the board. This is incredibly important, and they are ignoring this. And 30 days is being generous, certainly. Second issue is you talk about championing the American worker and how important this is. Yet in a memo on April 9th, you terminate all the collective bargaining agreements across the DoD, taking away from hundreds of thousands of workers at DoD their collective bargaining rights that they voted for. There was nothing to indicate there were any issues with any of the bargaining agreements, yet you decided to take away from them. Over the last few years, we have increased the wages for those war fighters, incredibly important. This year, up to 7%. Yet on the other side of this, you talk about supercharging the defense industrial base. We are in this. How do you go and say, yes, we support the war fighters? They can't do their job unless we are building things that they can use. Yet, no evidence to prove that these collective bargaining agreements were a problem anywhere across the Department of Defense under Democrat and Republican administrations. How do you kind of square that circle that you care about this, yet you take away their voice on the job?
Well, certainly, sir, the great workers that whether they're contractors or DoD civilians that do the important work for us, the great ones are going to stay. And we've invested more in merit bonuses for civilians than any administration previous. So if you're doing great work, you're going to stay and you're going to have even more opportunities. But with our ear to the ground in those shipyards and other factory floors, there were issues with collective bargaining, which led to restrictions to the workforce and our ability to move faster.
If I make
and in that case, we made the decision to provide additional flexibility.
You didn't
that we
take it
can
away
move
from the
faster.
shipyard workers. You took away from Department of Defense employers where there hasn't been any issues. Let's be clear. Those are independent contractors and they have their collective bargaining agreements. The ones that work for you.
The ones that work for us should be at will like anybody else based on their performance. And if they're performing well, which I'm sure they are, as you've represented, they will have a job at the department.
But where is the issue that you took away their collective bargaining rights? Why did you do it if it wasn't a problem?
Well, I stated up front, it has been a problem. There are plenty of cases, whether it's contract or inside our own department, where collective bargaining had led to arrangements and agreements that minimize the efficiency and effectiveness of employees at the point of their impact. That's what we were focusing on, and that's why we made the change, which we very much stand behind.
Well, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back, Chair, and I recognize the gentlelady from New York, Ms. Stefanik.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary Hegseth, I appreciate the department and the administration's focus on expansion and innovation in the defense industrial base. That's particularly important for emerging technology.
Elise Stefanik, it's a no for me. It's a no for me. On to the next. The link is in my description box. If you want to hear this nut brain, you're more than welcome to go and find her. Let's continue. She's still talking? Okay. Surely her time should be up.
Administration and gave them a blank check for Iraq.
Moulton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I agree that Iran is a national security threat to us and our allies. Now, earlier you called us feckless for questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless?
Whoops, sorry.
In case you're living under Iraq, James Comey has been...
I apologize for that.
President and not the people of this country. Let's move on now and let's talk about
the people that you can.
Oh, where did I go?
So Russia's military capabilities are no match for ours.
And you don't
when
believe
it comes to
easing
ensuring,
the same.
imagine how
You know that?
we've allowed those things to happen. You were a part
You know
of
the
that
answer
war.
to that?
So was I.
Army National Guard in 2000.
Here we go.
We're in a war fights to win, and we ensure that our war aid.
Okay.
Between what we've done to the military,
I'll answer it.
What we would advise the president to do or
Well,
not.
do you think the president or
I've been
you
in
deserve more?
I've been in
It's a tough question. So let me just ask you.
first one to call a stupid war, then it's a false comparison.
Okay.
Well, if you're trying to compare this
as for war.
It's Mr. Moulton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, you and I agree that Iran is a national security threat to us and our allies. Now, earlier you called us feckless for questioning your war. Do you think Congress was smart or feckless when it failed to ask tough questions of the Bush administration and gave them a blank check for Iraq?
Well, if you're trying to compare this war to the Iraq
I'm just asking
war,
you, do you
which
think
the
it was
president
smart or
was the first
feckless?
one to call a stupid war, then it's a false comparison.
Okay, well, probably a good idea to ask tough questions. So let me just ask you a few questions. Did you advise the president that we should attack Iran?
We were, first of all, in this position in the cabinet, we never talk about what we would advise the president to do or
Well,
not.
do you
to
think
do,
the
but
president or
I've been
you
in
deserve more?
I've been in every meeting.
I understand
with
that,
the
Mr.
chairman and
Secretary.
everybody else as
Mr.
those
Secretary,
critical
I'm asking
decisions
the
were
questions.
made, and he got every perspective possible when it came.
I'm
to
just asking what your perspective is. Are you afraid to take ownership of this? Do you
Well,
think it was a good idea or not?
as I've consulted the president Do I think it's a good idea to confront a nuclear bomb
To start
in
this
the
war.
hands of the? Imagine what the world would look like right now if Iran had a nuclear weapon.
Okay, so let's
Just imagine.
which, by the way,
if
every
they
other,
had one,
every
which the
previous
Obama deal was
administration,
going to allow them
including
to
the
do,
first Trump administration,
they had one.
prevented them from having a nuclear weapon. So, listen, how is this war going? Do you think we're winning?
Militarily on the battlefield, it's been an astounding military success.
No, but are we winning the war?
Absolutely.
Okay, so do you call Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz winning?
Well, I would say the blockade that we hold that doesn't allow anything to come in or out of Iranian ports. Which
Okay,
is
so
always
we've blockaded their
portfolio to
blockade. So
use.
they blockaded us, and then we blockaded their blockade. That's like saying, "Tag, you're it." Or if President Madison had said, "Well, the British just burned down Washington, but don't worry, we're going to burn it down as well." Chairman Kaine, did the military have plans for the idea that Iran might blockade the strait?
Sure. Thanks for the question. I'll answer it this way. In this job, I have to maintain trust with a variety of constituents. to
Okay, I'm
include
just
the president.
asking if the military
Yes,
had
sir.
plans.
As always, my point in this is, as I explain the role, my point in this is we always offer a full range of military options that are carefully considered, with the associated risks with those options and the considerations therein.
So,
and we
Mr.
always do
Secretary,
that.
did you consider this risk?
Of course, this department has looked at all aspects of this risk. And
So then
because
why did you
this
send the
department looks,
minesweepers, the only minesweepers we had in the Gulf, to Singapore weeks before the war started?
we have lots of capabilities that you may or may not be aware of at the classified level.
Okay, and
to deal
so,
with to deal with
by the way, would
mines,
the
and
Trump
we're-
class battleships have helped with this?
You're talking about a
Minesweeping.
prospective future battleship, which we welcome in the fleet.
Okay, so you're supportive of the battleships.
Yes, sir.
Okay. How much has Iran profited from your administration lifting the sanctions on Iran when you started this war?
I can tell you Iran is financially devastated right now. In
Okay, well,
conjunction with the
they've earned
Treasury
about
and
$14 billion.
Operation Economic Fury, they're at a point where between the blockade and what we've done to them militarily, remember, they don't have a Navy. They can't contest the blockade.
Okay.
Between what we've done to them
What kind of
militarily
a
and
Navy can they
financially,
buy
they're at a
for
place
$14 billion?
where they have very few options.
How many Chinese missiles can they buy for $14 billion? Does that sound like winning?
They're not. We're ensuring, and they're not buying Chinese missiles.
Okay. At the end of the day, this also has a cost to us. If let's say this war costs $100 billion.
They're not. We are insuring. You have not insured anything. There's nothing that you in this administration had assured us of. Nothing. They're not.
We're ensuring, and they're not buying Chinese missiles.
Okay. At the end of the day, this also has a cost to us. If let's say this war costs $100 billion, I mean, you've already said, give us more time. It's only been 2 months. It could go on for 20 years like Iraq and Afghanistan. Let's just say it costs $100 billion. What is that to the average American taxpayer? Do you have any idea?
Well, unlike foolish previous administrations, it won't go on.
No, I'm just asking.
For years and decades.
But let's just say it's
sitting in this
$100 billion.
position, it's hard to imagine how
You know
it was
that?
allowed those things to happen. You were a part
You
of
know
that
the
war.
answer to that?
So was I. I never.
I'm
knew what
just
the end
asking if
state
you know
clearly
what your
was.
war
Now I
costs
know
the
what
average
end
American
state is.
taxpayer.
What is the cost of Iran having a nuclear weapon that they wield?
I'm just
over us?
asking if you know the cost of the average American
I'm asking
taxpayer.
you what the
It's about
cost would be of
$600.
that.
So for the American taxpayers out there, my constituents, some of the constituents you wanted to represent in Minnesota, I'm just wondering if they have an extra $600 lying around to pay for your war. I think that's just a question that we ought to ask. Now, quickly, on March 13th in a press conference, you said we will give them no quarter, no mercy. In order for no quarter or no survivors is a war crime under the Geneva Conventions. You understand that's murder. Do you stand by that statement?
Period. Yes, he stands by that statement because that's what he did to those fisher men who they struck when they were talking about they were striking narco-terrorist boats, and the fishermen survived, and then they struck them again. Yes, they are very well aware that these are war crimes. We are not going to forget during Keck-Breath confirmation hearings that he said that his military force shouldn't have their hands tied by agreements made in old mahogany walled rooms, which was where the Geneva Convention was fashioned after World War II. And we cannot forget that we heard Kegbra says that Trump has loosened the hands of the war fighters. And in his confirmation hearing, he said that the hands of the war fighters needed to be loosened, and they should not have to act under these old laws about combat.
The Department of War fights to win, and we ensure that our warfighters have the rules of engagement necessary to be as effective
Okay, so
as
just to
humanly
be clear,
possible.
you
which
called
they are.
Democratic members of Congress to be tried for sedition for reminding our troops to follow the law. But when you tell them to commit a war crime, you stand by yourself.
For insinuating that the laws that
Mr.
we're giving them are
Gentleman's
unlawful.
time's expired. Chair, and I recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Dr. Desjardins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I thank our witnesses for being here today. And I'd like to thank you for your commitment to our advancement in space, Golden Dome, and nuclear modernization, all which are
How is that Golden Dome? How is that Iron Dome working in Israel? Just because he's an elected official in the great state of Tennessee, we will be moving on. Let's continue. The link is in the description box if you would like to peruse what the that head of the great state of Tennessee had to say. I will not do it. Let's see. It should be someone else.
And historic success.
Let's see. Is there
information of our
no.
Yeah, a lot in Russia.
All for a week that I just
that we've mostly seen by.
Well, we don't care. I don't care.
Portrayal of the Bible. I recently realized that I want the comments of Ranking Member Smith and you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, General Kane, Mr. Hegseth, and Hurst for being here today. I associate myself with the comments of Ranking Member Smith and Mr. Garamendi so that I won't repeat a lot of what has been said. Mr. Hegseth, I recently realized that we have something in common. I'm also a fan of Pulp Fiction. I know the movie is not an accurate portrayal of the Bible. You know what I'm talking about. This president and his administration have claimed to be the most transparent of all time. With that in mind, I'd love to get some straightforward answers today. Some estimates show that the Trump administration's war of choice in Iran is costing taxpayers around $1 billion every day. In addition to spending taxpayer money on a war they don't want, it is also driving up costs. Cost of gas, while the cost of living is skyrocketing under this administration's policies. To me, and I assume to the American people, it is unclear why we started this war, how it will end, and what anyone gains from it. Mr. Hegseth, about how much money has been spent on this war to date, and how much more do you anticipate spending?
Well, as our comptroller laid out, the estimate is less than $25 billion at this point as far as an expenditure. And the question I would ask this committee is, what is it worth to ensure that Iran never gets a nuclear weapon, considering the radical ambitions of that regime? I mean, almost every member of this dais at some point has said, whether it was
Thank you for your answer. I'll proceed to
Iran
my
can
next
never have a
question.
nuclear weapon.
Thank you for your answer.
President Trump was the one that's willing to make sure it doesn't happen.
Supposedly, we had taken care of the nuclear capability last time around. And now this war, we're at it again, because obviously we said we did, but we did it.
In a way that
we know.
the United States military can do.
I want to reclaim my time. We know that the cost of oil and gas has gone up as a direct result of this war, and the American people are feeling that pain at the pump. In an attempt to alleviate the high price of gas caused directly by this president, he lifted sanctions on Russian oil. The way I see it, this is a massive gift to Putin and Russia's struggling economy. Mr. Hegseth, is there any concern that easing sanctions against Russia will allow Putin to continue funding Russia's illegal war against Ukraine?
Well, we've seen Russia's and Putin's inability to make effective battlefield gains, just like their inability to defend the Maduro regime with the billions of dollars of systems the Russians sent to Venezuela in order to defend him, which were defeated in 15 minutes. So Russia's military capabilities are no match or ours.
And you don't
when it
believe
comes to
easing
ensuring-
the sanctions is helping Russia?
Well, we have the best energy team in the planet at
It's just a yes or
White
no.
House. We're going to ensure that
this is not deja vu. It's a simple yes or
you
no.
understand the energy dominance that this administration has unleashed.
All right. Well,
through
I'll proceed
all
to
of
my
the
next
above
question.
strategy.
Last week, it was announced that the Department of Defense is no longer requiring service members to get their annual flu shot. Now, this is an easy one for you. It's a softball. Don't screw it up. The rationale was to, and I quote, restore freedom to our joint force. This has been a requirement since 1950 because it is effective at preventing the spread of flu among our troops. It's not some new woke requirement as you like to lean on for much of your rhetoric. This decision is actively making our military less safe and less Mr. Hegseth, at this time, are there plans to remove the mandatory requirement of other vaccinations like measles, mumps, and polio?
We made very clear in our announcement that it applies to service members having a choice as it pertains to the flu vaccine.
Don't you think that's a little reckless?
No, I think allowing well-informed Americans who serve our country to make a choice is not reckless. And commanders will still have latitude, say, for a submarine or something else, to make a decision for a unit about whether it could be mandatory in a particular circumstance. But overall, our troops have earned the right to be able to choose about something like that related to their health.
Mr. Hegseth, I stand by what I said last time you were here. You were incompetent then, you're incompetent now, and you're the gift that keeps on giving when it comes to incompetence. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, now
good, madam, doing great.
Gentleman
Thank
from
you.
Mississippi, Mr. Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, don't you think it was extremely reckless to mandate COVID vaccines for the healthiest and
Okay, Mississippi. I think we will go on. We don't need to hear from people who vote their own. We do not have to hear from someone who has been voted in by the ignorance that Trump loved so much, the uneducated voter who vote against their own interests and thus are the poorest state in the nation. Do we need to hear what these people put into office? No, I don't think we need to hear that. The link is in my description box if you want to, but we're going to go forward. I don't need to hear from this. Let's go to someone who is going to actually have some real questions. He's from Mississippi, by God. He is one of the lowest educational rates in the country. Why would we want to hear from him?
Testified that it was.
Here, and I recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Khanna.
Thank you, Mr.
Roll Connor. Here is the good part. Here is the good part.
Secretary Hegseth, tomorrow is 2 months since the war has begun. You've testified that it was $25 billion in cost in terms of the munitions we used and what we paid for it. But when you add to that the damage that was done to our bases and today's dollars for buying replacement munitions and replacement aircrafts, what has the total cost been over the last 60 days?
And what about the cost of all these bases, these American U.S. bases that we had in Saudi Arabia, in the UAE, Qatar, all of these 13 U.S. bases that were pummeled to shreds by the Iranians, to the point that our military people who were stationed at these bases could not even reside in these pummeled bases. What about in American dollars, in today's American dollars? How much did that add on? Now, I'm glad that he got to this $25 billion that you guys are not blinking your eye at, as if $25 billion out of our budget does not affect you and how you live your life. And half of you are probably living in subpar conditions already. But let's be clear, after these midterm elections, the real pain from the Medicaid cuts are going to somehow materialize, because they had them set up to show up after the midterm elections. So you guys will continue to vote against your own best interest already. And now it appears that all of these special elections have not been going their way. They are trying to set you up to disenfranchise the vote of people who will not surely vote for them, because they have not historically voted for them. So they're trying to disenfranchise that vote. So are you uneducated Trump voters are still going to go out and vote against your own interests? I'm pretty sure you always do. I'm pretty sure there will be some of you guys who are actually going to go out and vote for him, knowing. Oh my goodness! Excuse me. Some of you are going to actually go out and vote for him, knowing that your Medicare or Medicaid is about to be cut. Let's get to Rokana.
Number right now reflects the total cost that we're seeing.
Including buying in today's dollars, the new weapons and replacement munitions and replacement aircrafts. What has the total cost been over the last 60 days?
That number right now reflects the total cost that we're seeing.
Including buying in today's dollars, the new weapons and replacements, and including the damage there. That's your testimony.
If there's
under oath?
adjustments to that, I would defer to the comptroller on that.
And how much are you seeing in terms of, are you asking in terms of supplemental funding just for the Iran mission from this committee?
If and when a supplemental is submitted, the majority of it would not be for
what would be the ballpark for Iran?
Munitions related to the entirety
Just
of
a
what
number,
we want to
sir.
get done.
A number. What would you submit? What
It would be within on Iran, it would be less than 25 billion, but there's a lot more we would ask for beyond
Well,
just Iran.
you're saying it's
considering-
25 billion. I would just, if you come back, you want to revise those numbers, because all the experts are disagreeing with you when it comes to today's dollars and damage, but you can revise it. How much did it cost American taxpayers in terms of the strike to the Iranian school where kids were killed? Do you have that number in terms of the missiles we used?
As I've said, that unfortunate situation remains under investigation.
You don't know how much it cost?
So we're 2 months in, and this is still under investigation. You notice how this is still under investigation, but he can give you certainty about all things. He can tell you that all these other things are certain things, but he cannot give you any details about the things that he has certainty about as well. He has all this certainty, but he can't give you details. Now, we are certain that it has been put out that it was the United States Tomahawk missile that struck this girl's school. And here we are 2 months in. And as I told you, we're investigating it. Look at the wife. Look at the wife face. The downtrodden. Oh, what is that said? We have so much. It's still under investigation. Get the fuck out of my face with that dumb shit.
American taxpayers in terms of the strike to the Iranian school where kids were killed? Do you have that number in terms of the missiles we used?
As I've said, that unfortunate situation remains under investigation.
You don't know how much it costs the
investigation, but I
taxpayer?
wouldn't tie a cost to that, to anything.
It's a reasonable question, no, sir? I mean, our taxpayer money was going there. Do you know how much it will cost Americans in terms of their
I wouldn't tie. You wouldn't tie a cost to killing 160 something school children under 12. Would you do that for free? Is that what you're saying when you say? But I wouldn't tie a cost to that. Well, it is stated that a Tomahawk missile actually struck that school. So I'll put a cost to that. How much is a Tomahawk missile? You know, they're you guys initially tried to come out and said that Iran struck the school itself. Now, 2 months later, it's still under investigation. You ain't been doing shit. How you investigating the death of 160 some school children while you sitting up at the White House Correspondents' Dinner with the the whole line of succession sitting up at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, because you guys are too stupid to know that the president, the vice president, the Speaker of the House, and the Treasury are the four people who are in line of the presidency, and therefore they should not all be at the same place at the same time. But there you were sitting up there too with your stupid ass self. So you have certainty about not being certain about who killed these children and what the Tomahawk missile that hit this school cost. But y'all can't have any certainty about shit that you should be certain about.
Increased cost in gas and food over the next year because of the Iran war?
I would simply ask you what the cost is of an Iranian nuclear bomb.
I'm going to give you that opportunity.
I would simply ask you what you're playing gotcha
sir,
questions
sir,
about
no,
domestic things. I'm not.
You're saying it's a gotcha question to ask what it's going to be in terms of the increased
Why
cost
won't
of
you
gas
answer what
and
it costs to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear bomb?
I give you that, sir. But let me.
What
you
would it
just
cost?
ask my
What would you pay to ensure Iran doesn't get a nuclear bomb? What would you pay?
I reclaim my time. Do you not know? You had no one do the analysis of what the increased cost of gas and food on the American people are going to be?
What is the cost of Iran holding that straight at issue with nuclear weapons?
It's $631 billion, which means it's an increase of $5,000 a year for American households. Now, let me give you this point. You're saying that your operation is preventing a nuclear Iran. Will you acknowledge that there is an economic cost to the American people for doing what you believe is necessary to make Iran denuclear? Will you acknowledge the economic cost?
We have an incredible economic team that's managing this better than what the previous administration did to our economy, what the previous administration did for the inflation,
you know what's upsetting?
I administration did with COVID, and you're going to lecture this administration about the economy?
You know what is upsetting?
Incredible.
You didn't even do the analysis on how much it's costing the American people. It's one thing if you said, okay, it costs the American people $5,000, but we think it's worth it. That's what we've done in World War II and other wars. Here's what it costs. You got to pay for it. You don't even know what the average American is paying. You don't know what we paid in terms of the missiles that hit the Iranian school. You don't know what we're paying in terms of gas. You don't know what we're paying in terms of food. Your 25 billion number is totally off. It's the incompetence. It's the incompetence. Let me ask you this. Certainly, maybe here we'll find agreement. There was still 440 pounds of low-enriched uranium, correct?
It's the incompetence, and he sits there and laughs. He thinks that it's funny. I don't have to know because I tell the dumb MAGAs anything, and they suck it up with a biscuit. I don't have to know. This is just funny because I'm gonna steal most of the money out of the budget anyway. I'm gonna ruin the budget anyway, like I did for those last nonprofit VA agencies that I was over prior to you guys, you fools, giving me $1 trillion budget. You think I give a fuck about costs? When I bankrupt budgets that only had $1 to $2 million, and you giving me a whole motherfucking $1 trillion? Do you think I care about costs?
Bipartisan committee out of 20 in Congress. We have a tradition of voting on NDAs with large
nuclear bomb.
You deal with vague platitudes. I'm asking you about numbers. Like you don't know what gas costs, you don't know what food costs, you don't know what the operation costs. You know, I get sound bites, but how about numbers? Do you know how much the enriched uranium was after you ripped up the JCPOA? Trump did.
I'll give you a number. I know that, as was stated by early on, the price of gas is twice as expensive in California, your home state, as anywhere else in the country because of the horrible policies your state pursued.
You know what? It used to be that type of stuff worked, and then you started to lose the people that you campaigned you wanted to be for, because you said you wouldn't get us into bad wars. You said you would bring down the prices. You know what I'm sad for? I'm sad for all the people who voted for Trump. I'm sad for them because you betrayed them. You betrayed a lot of that MAGA base. And you know who knows that? J.D. Vance knows that.
Gentleman's time's
that's why he's
expired.
upside
Chair now
down about
recognizes
this
the
work.
gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all three of you for being here today. It's a real privilege to be a part of this committee. We're the most bipartisan committee out of 20 in Congress. We have a tradition of voting on NDAs with large majority.
Okay. Enough of your bullshit.
Okay. Point out 5%.
Intentions of trying to do some trade off with something else, but I mentioned the 7% pay increase. That's just for junior enlisted. It's 6% from E6 to 03, and it's 5% from 04 all the way up. But closing that gap, TRICARE reimbursement's a big one we're going to look at well. If we reimburse TRICARE lower than Medicare, then no one wants to take TRICARE, and now you don't have a real network for service members. So those places where we pinched pennies to try to eke out additional budget space have really hurt service members. So I'm committed to working with you on that to close that gap and ensure that folks can live where they are asked to serve because they can afford housing.
I think this has already been addressed to a degree, but.
So what you're saying right now, people can't afford housing to live in the places that they are expected to serve. That's what you're saying right now. But since he brought it up, maybe that's a good idea. You didn't think that was a good idea, as you have Pam Bimbo, as you have Ice Barbie, as you have Stephen, what is his name? Miller, living in the housing that is for 4-star generals and admirals for free. But you can't figure out how to make it feasible for enlisted members to be able to pay for their own housing if they don't want to live on base. You can't figure out how to make that feasible for the enlisted soldier. But these numbnuts can live in the housing that is acquired for admirals and generals for free. Okay, I get you. I see where you're going with this. If I'm not mistaken, Keg Breath, Marco Rubio, all live in military housing for free. Let's continue.
I just want to emphasize, we did put $400 million in for Ukraine. I asked you to execute it. It's important for most of us in here. It has overwhelming support. Also, I'm the chair of the Baltic Security Caucus, and we've put money in for the Baltic Security Initiative. These people love America. They love freedom more than anybody where I've ever.
So what you're saying is, you put in a request to spend that money. That money has not been spent. In the meantime, Ukraine has figured out ways to fight Russia with building their own inexpensive little what am I trying to do? Well, they have figured out their own way to make inexpensive drones to fight Russia more economically. And they even offered to give the information to the United States. But the United States is so embedded with Russia that they said, no, Ukraine, we don't want your information. We want to, if we figure out a way to create drones to put down these $1 million rockets that are being used, then how are we going to steal money from the American people? But we can always rely upon the uneducated Trump voter.
Been, and they need us. They're on the front lines with Russia. Mike, I have a question for the chairman. So we did 29 years of the nuclear alert, airborne alert, the Looking Glass mission. In 1991, we turned that off because the Cold War turned to our favor. I think we're back to where we were at. Russia's a threat. China's building a nuclear force to match ours. I think we need a Looking Glass 2 and restore that nuclear command and control survivability that gives us deterrence. Russia, China needs to know no matter what they do, we can.
You think that 4547 is trying to deter anything that Vladimir Putin is doing. The last time our service members came in contact with Vladimir Putin, they were on their knees rolling out a red carpet in Alaska to Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin's oil sanctions have been lifted. The same Vladimir Putin who is assisting Iran with whatever they need to win the war against our troops that are over there for no good reason. That has been explained to the American people. So now, Bacon, this is a Republican. He is trying to keep up their partnership with Ukraine. He's asking why Keg Breath pulled out of giving Ukraine information by his own, just by hearing some words that Trump said out of his mouth. He just cut off giving Ukraine information. So what the bottom line is, the United States has proven that they cannot be trusted, and that their loyalties lies with people who are not the traditional allies of the United States. And you can call it what you want. You can say anything that you want to do. But the United States has isolated itself as a nation that can be trusted under this current administration, in my opinion, period.
Launch those 400 IC bombs. What's your vision for the Looking Glass 2 or the follow-on?
Well, sir, as you know, right now we're looking at all three legs of the nuclear triad to make sure that that most critical backstop on our nation's most important day is reliable, redundant, and workable. And so we'll take a look at that. I know the team already deep in analysis on all the from NC3 to the end state. But what I want you to know is the most important thing is the ability to execute if we had to, and we can.
You know, for 29 years, we had a plane airborne with
Yes,
a gunner
sir.
on board, and it gave the Pentagon, the White House, STRATCOM the assurance that we had a backup. I think we're back to the future,
Yes,
and
sir.
I
I just,
appreciate your look at it.
I just flew with them, and they were doing great
Gentleman's
work.
time's expired.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Keating.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to talk briefly about the current U.S. doctrine and conduct of the administration in a particular event and a series of events, actually. As everybody in the dais and the witness table is aware, the Department of Defense Law of War Manual specifies that any order to kill shipwrecked persons in an illegal order would constitute a war crime. It isn't suggested there's a specific example to show a clear-cut example of what this entails in our own manual. With that in mind, let's look back a few weeks ago when a fishing crew ended a long day of hard fishing, scoring a full stock of albacore and swordfish on board. Without any warning or expectation, this small Ecuadorian fishing vessel, operating about 200 nautical miles off the Galapagos Islands, was militarily engaged by U.S. forces. It was hit once, then it was hit again. Not a warning shot, not an interdiction, 2 drone strikes. Survivors described chaos and severe injuries. Our U.S. forces then handcuffed the crew at gunpoint, placed black hoods over their heads, seized and scrubbed their devices, and then held them for days. Ultimately, the crew was released, given there was no evidence to support any narco activity or any charges that may be against them. So to recap, we struck a vessel, struck it again, set fire to it as it was sinking. And as public reports say, even drank their beer. We detained the survivors, and then we let them go. This should be eye-opening. Now let's go to another example, the double tap or 2-strike attack that took place on September 2nd in the Caribbean. A vessel was struck, disabled, and then struck again, killing all but 2 survivors that were left clinging to the wreckage. And this is the thing. We know this happened. We know how it happened. And the Defense Department still refuses to release the follow-up video of the killing of the shipwrecked survivors, even though they released the initial one to the public in major news networks worldwide. No difference in sources and methods in the 2 videos. but still not released to the public. Of course, the backlash was severe at the time and perhaps is being forgotten. An unpredictable but ignoble display of character from this administration. Fingers were pointed at one another as everyone scurried to cover in a tacit acknowledgement that this was an issue potentially violating international law. Now I've reviewed what's been available. The phony rationale that these attacks are about fentanyl trafficking, when we know fentanyl comes from China, India, through Mexico. Then the baseless argument that this was about narco-terrorism. You know, I don't believe a word of it. This was to create leverage for regime change in Venezuela. And now the president acknowledged that was about oil. Beyond the simple need for justice and exercising American values, it's important for us to discuss what the U.S. belligerence in the world stage means to our security, our ability to marshal cooperation with our allies, and most importantly, not to normalize these actions that could endanger the lives of our own service members put in similar peril. Let me be clear about one thing. Whether it's these particular strikes discussed here, the one that killed 11 others off the coast of Venezuela, whether it's the 178 other killings, with each of these extrajudicial killings, the administration is pirating American values. We'll continue to investigate this. We will. It'll come forward in the future. Some days that second video will be released. But we've got to stop also using our precious resources that are being taxed so heavily all over the world on actions that hurt our military. They hurt our military and they hurt our standing internationally, and they're hurting our standard here at home. I hope that we can move forward. I hope we can review whether these are justified, because I found no justification. We were given classified information on the second strike. I can't discuss it, but I must tell you, it's the most convoluted bullshit I ever heard in my life. This should be public. This is our honor. This is what it makes American a difference maker. This is what we're
It's an
proud of
incredible
with our
array
military.
of false accusations.
And I yield back
Incredible.
my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Secretary Hegseth and General Kane and Mr. Hurst.
Do you think we're going to listen to this man from Texas? No, we're not. That's what we're not going to do. No.
Are done.
Let's move on.
Force, it's incredible and it's significant. And so many of the things we have accomplished would not have been possible.
What have you
The desire
accomplished?
that needs to
All
happen.
of these,
I think some of these,
so many things we accomplished, these so many successes, not one has been mentioned. Not one accomplishment or success story has been mentioned. Let's be real clear on that. If you had something to brag about, you would be stating clearly what these
Mr. Secretary,
successes
you
were.
and for the opportunity.
Again, I think you guys are doing an incredible job. I appreciate your leadership and thank you for your time today. I yield back. Mr. Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair now recognizes the gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate you gentlemen for being here today and for the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with each of you. I have many questions and unfortunately need to start with some that disturb me, Mr. Secretary, from your opening remarks. In your opening remarks, Mr. Secretary, you reserved more words and more time and more vitriol to condemn Democrats than you did for Xi and for Putin combined. It's pretty telling to me that you decided to use your words and your time for that. It turns out that Democrats, even Democrats in Congress, are patriots as well. We serve in our uniformed services, we admire and love our uniformed services, and we love our country just as much as Republicans do. In fact, in this body, I and Representative Bacon, who you just spoke to, led the junior enlisted pay raises that you now sit there and laud as and take credit for. We led the closing of the BAH, which then you ended up poaching and using for other things. This body led
Oh, wow. You said what you did, and it was me and Senator Bacon that lauded for the pay raises. Oh, wow. This is why you need to watch these congressional hearings. This motherfucker sat up there as if he thought that the pay raises, these meager 5 and 6% pay raises, were his idea. And now we see where the ideas came from and who pushed them through.
Authorized Ukrainian funding that is now being withheld. You also, in your opening remarks, strangely admonished us here for not being patient with the results of your 2-month war, a war of your suggestion to this president, a war of your choice, a war you executed without congressional consultation. And so it shouldn't be.
Yes, oh yes, oh yes. We must remember that 4547 said that Pete, I talked to Pete, and Pete said we should go on with it, that it was a good idea. 4547 was the one who pinned all of this on Kegbreath himself. He sat down at a press conference and said, Pete said, we should go ahead with it.
Shock, a war of your suggestion to this president, a war of your choice, a war you executed without congressional consultation. And so it shouldn't be shocking, sir, Mr. Secretary, that we have questions. Indeed, it's constitutionally our right to do so. So to be clear, despite a brilliant performance by our men and women in uniform, despite thousands of tactical successes, Iran still has nuclear material, still has air defenses, still has small boats, and still has the Strait. So despite the fact that your recent comments indicate that operations appear to be finished, it's clear there clearly is more work that needs to be done. As mentioned, today is indeed 60 days. So Mr. Secretary, how many more months, just order of magnitude, do you think that you're going to need to be able to conclude operations successfully? And how many more billions of dollars do you think you're going to ask this body for?
Well, as you know, and as the president has stated, you would never tell your adversary,
Sir, I
especially once
recognize
you've,
that is the line that you always,
especially once
but
you've
give me an order of
decimated their military and you control their
3x,
strait,
4x.
how long you would be committed to the mission.
And the next thing that you mentioned in your opening
You know
remarks,
that.
Mr.
You would never do that.
Secretary, is that you called on, which astounded me, examples of the Afghanistan war, the Iraq war, and the Vietnam war. Those are stunning examples to me of something that didn't go our way. We had the opportunity to execute on those wars quite well, but we didn't accomplish any mission, in my opinion, and I think you would agree on that as well.
My point is this effort
So
is not those efforts.
That's exactly.
Yeah, and my point is we have not accomplished any successes in these alleged missions that you cannot tell us what the mission is in the first place. But let's hold on. Let's hold on. Let's take a break. Let's take a little break. Remember when Kegbreath pretended as if he was not one of the first persons who told 4547 to attack Iran when the question was brought up? We are going to go to the, what they call that, the Wayback Machine. Let's go to the Wayback Machine real quick. Let me share this with you. It's stunning that he doesn't realize that he has been set up for quite a long time. It's like really stunning that he thinks that he is a qualified person and he is not the absolute fall guy. Watch Pete Kegbreath reaction when Trump. What's the name of this? Watch Pete Kegbreath reaction when Trump says Iran war was his idea. The New York Post. And You can Google it and you can find, if you want to say, oh, the New York Post, but you cannot deny the response. And that 4547 said that it was his idea. This has nothing to do with the New York Post. This has to do with you cannot plainly tell a fool on a fool's errand.
General Kane, I called a lot of our great people. We have great people. And I said, let's talk. We got a problem in the Middle East. We have a country known as Iran that for 47 years has been just a purveyor of terror. And they're very close to having a nuclear weapon. We can keep going and get that 50,000 up to 55 and 60 is no end. Or we can take a stop and make a little journey into the Middle East and eliminate a big problem. And Pete, I think you were the first one to speak up. And you said, let's do it, because you can't let them have a nuclear weapon. So we are now having really good discussions. They started last night, a little bit, the night before that.
You see the look of worry? You see the look of the tight smile. I want to say yeah, but my head won't rock forward enough. Did you see this?
And I think they're very good. They want peace. They've agreed they will not have a nuclear weapon, et cetera, et cetera. But we'll see. You have to get it done. But I would say there's a very good chance.
I hope there's some vodka in that water bottle sitting behind him, because it looks like he needs a drink or a shit or something.
And it began when I said that we were planning tomorrow on shooting down some of their power plants, and we're going to hold that up. Hopefully we won't have to do it. And hopefully we can make a deal that's good for all of us, including the Middle Eastern allies that have been very good to us, including Israel, that's been a great partner in this fight. They've really been a good partner in the fight. They fought hard. But we'll see what happens. I think there's a very good chance we're going to end up in a deal. And so we're giving it 5 days, and then we're going to see where that takes us. And I would say at the end of this period, I think it could very well end up being a very good deal for everybody.
No deal, and it took us on nowhere but to a endless war. I'm gonna put this in the description box. You can peruse it whenever you choose to. It is also under the keg breath on the budget. Many things that I want to remind you of. You may need some reminding. You may need to be reminded of some of the things that has gone on in this crooked ass administration. So let's get back to where we were with keg breath, shall we? Let's get back to where we were. This hearing. But keg breath wanted to pretend like, oh no, it wasn't my idea. I cannot tell the president what to do. Didn't he say that he could never tell the president what to do? The joke's on you, bitch.
Is this war shaping up to be that war? Because it has.
We're shaping up to get the same kind of Democrats we got in those wars, who were naysayers from the beginning, undermining the progress of troops.
Just have a conversation about the country and the nation, and not about parties.
The Democrat Party wanted to socially engineer the Department of War. We've had to undo that and get it to a point where it's capable of projecting power. And
clearly,
that's exactly
you're not able
what
to
we've
have
done.
that conversation.
And
So I will
President
move
Trump has
on, sir,
rebuilt
and
it.
I'm going to reclaim my time. General George, let's talk about a guy who's a patriot. Somebody who every single person here in this dais and down there in that audience and out there in this world has huge admiration for. Why did he get fired?
Well, as with any moves we make with general officers, first of all, I thank them for their service. And ultimately,
My impression is you thanked him by a text or a phone call. You didn't even do it to his face.
out of respect for these officers, we never talk about the nature of their removal, but every one of them, including myself, knows that they serve at the pleasure of the president. ultimately, out of respect to these officers, we don't reveal it. However, I will note, it's very difficult to change the culture of a department that was been destroyed by the wrong perspectives.
So
with the
you
same
think General
officers that were
George
there.
destroyed a culture?
There are many, we've gotten rid
guess
of
it
many
just looks
general
to me
officers
as
in
if
this
you're being-
administration
you
because
have
we
no
need new
answer,
leadership.
sir. You have no way of explaining why you fired one of the most decorated and remarkable men who's
We
ever
needed
served
new
this
leadership.
nation.
That's
And
my
so
answer.
your answer is a very immature way of responding to my request. My next question has to do with my remaining time about the fact that there apparently are orders that you've recently given to the Navy to detail officers to command billets in special operations where they, the people who you're detailing, have already received bad performance reviews. They've received negative fitness reports. Is there a truth to that statement, sir?
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
Have you ever ordered the Navy to add officers who never screened for Special Operations Major Command to the promotion list for flag officer?
I'm not aware of what you're referring to.
All right, I'll take that for no. Thank you. I yield.
Generally yields back. For everybody's situational awareness, it's my plan at 1 o'clock or approximately 1 o'clock to recess for about 10 minutes to give the witnesses a chance to stretch their legs and visit the restroom if necessary. But with that, we will now go to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Jimenez.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Secretary, are you aware that that Iran, either through our intelligence or they themselves, said they had about 500 kilograms of enriched uranium, up to about 60%?
We're aware of what they have or what they believe they have and what we know they have, but all of that is classified.
Fair enough. And
you're aware of what they have and what they said they have and what they believe they have. Okay.
And if in
would this be include all the obliterated uranium that they had when you struck them in June? Or how much does that weigh into the count?
indeed they had 500 kilograms of your enriched uranium, how long would it take it to weapons grade?
Quickly enough that it's a serious national security problem for the United States of America.
If I said days or a few weeks, would that be inaccurate?
You might be somewhere in the ballpark.
Okay, thank you.
Quickly enough. If I say days or a few weeks, but hasn't Benjamin Netanyahu have been saying that they have been days, weeks, and months from being able to create a nuclear weapon because they have been using stockpiling and enriching uranium in Iran for over 33 years? Hasn't that been the story about Iran? So now you're taking over the mantle from Netanyahu about how quickly it is estimated that Iran can create a nuclear weapon. Okay, all right.
Actually, you can just get that from ChatGPT. It'll give it to you. Okay. So.
So you mean to tell me that you are giving us some information and you letting us know that it is possible for Kegbreath to have gotten that information off of ChatGPT? Well, shit. Anyone can be over the Department of War. It appears as long as they have ChatGPT. Look at these numbnuts.
So it's not that classified. All right. Would you say that our primary mission in this war is to deny Iran the capability to develop a nuclear weapon?
Yes.
And would you say that a regime that's capable of killing 35,000 of its own people within a 2-day period, are they capable, if they had the delivery systems, to carry out their threat to destroy Israel and also to harm the United States of America?
Any regime willing to kill 35,000, and we think it might be more, 45,000 of their own citizens in cold blood, would most certainly be willing to use the most dangerous weapon in the world, especially as history teaches us, when a nation says they will do something, you ought listen. And when they chant death to America or death to Israel, if they got that nuclear weapon, history tells us they might use it.
Well, Hitler said he was going to kill the Jewish, and he was going to try to eliminate the Jewish population and Jews from the face of the world. Nobody really believes him, but he really tried to do that. So when somebody tells me for 47 years that they want to kill us, I think I'm going to take them at their word. And so would you also agree that now another
So if somebody told us for 47 years that they're going to kill us, you're going to take them at their word. Obviously, you're also going to take someone at their word when they say that the Iranian people are days, weeks, and months away from creating a nuclear weapon. Obviously, for 30, if they tell you the same short period of time that Iran will be in possession of a nuclear weapon, if they tell you that same story for 33 years, obviously you're going to believe that too. But what you're not going to do, you're not going to present any evidence of that happening to the people or to tell them why you're going to war. See, people have said, I'm going to believe them if they said this for 47 years. Obviously, you believe Netanyahu saying what he said for 33 years. But at no point did it strike you that you may need to have evidence of this actually happening to go to war to spend billions of dollars a day. That just didn't strike your fancy.
Goal of ours is to make sure that Iran never
signaling hear this dumb shit. These ignorant motherfuckers. The uneducated, who the uneducated voter put in office.
Timothy Parlatore served as your private attorney, correct? A little bit different direction.
Rada, Mr. Crow.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Secretary, I want to go in a little bit different direction. Timothy Parlatore served as your private attorney, correct?
Correct.
Pregnant pause there. He was like, oh shit, I didn't know you was gonna go there with me. Let's see where this goes. That motherfucker dropped a load in his bloomers at as long as it took him to answer that a yes or no question.
Parlatore also served as private attorney for President Trump's campaign, correct?
I'm not privy to every professional position that he's held.
Yeah, you know he held that one though. You do know he held that one. He didn't ask you about every person he represented. He asked you about Donald Trump's campaign. Are you aware that he was the attorney for Donald Trump's campaign? He didn't ask you for every person that man represented. Surely you know this. So are you going to sit up here and lie, or you thought that you just lied by omission by answering a question that was not asked of you? Oh, okay.
Help you out. He did. And you appointed Mr. Parlatore as your...
Correct.
And Mr. Parlatore also served as private attorney for President Trump's campaign, correct?
I'm not privy to every professional position that he's held.
Well, I'll help you out. He did. And you appointed Mr. Parlatore as your senior advisor, correct?
He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy.
His title is President Advisor. You gave him that title, correct?
And I would count him as very much an advisor of mine.
He travels with you, correct?
Okay, so he asked you point blank, he is an advisor of yours, and you tried to put it off as he was everything else but an advisor until he came back and said, and you have it in writing, that he is an advisor of yours. Oh, yes, he is certainly an advisor of mine. Now, this is the person that you guys actually believe is telling you the truth about what's going on in Iran, who is saying they have accomplished so much and have actually met so many deadlines and goals and things that they wanted to do in Iran, and this motherfucker looks like he's shit scared to answer to what's coming to him by shit that he has publicly printed. This man is actually his advisor, and look at the look on his face. This is the Department of War with the war ethos, and he is looking frightened as a motherfucking mouse. Let's get into this.
count him as very much an advisor of mine. He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy. I'm not privy to every professional position that he's held.
Well, I'll help you out. He did. And you appointed Mr. Parlatore as your senior advisor, correct?
You appointed him as your senior advisor, correct? A straightforward question. Yes, no. He does things with the Navy and he does other things.
He does reserve duty on behalf of the Navy.
His title is
reserve duty on behalf of the Navy. What does that have to do with the question you were asked? Nothing.
President advisor. You gave him that title, correct?
And I would count him as very much an advisor of mine.
He travels with you, correct?
Tim Parlatore has been a long-term friend. He's a great patriot.
He travels with you. That's not what I asked. I reclaim my time. He travels with you, doesn't he?
Reclaim my time. Simple question. He travels with you? Oh, what's going on here? What direction is this really going in? Do they share a same room, a hotel room with a... What is going on with... wait a minute. There's a little picture in the back of a man hug. What's going on here? Oh, my God. Don't tell me. I waited this long, and I see a desecrated flag in the pocket. So that must be keg breath. So this must be the Palantor or whomever. Let's get into this.
Correct. There's public instrument travels with you. Correct.
Tim Parlatore has been a long-term friend. He's a great patriot.
He travels with you. That's not what I asked. I reclaim my time. He travels with you, doesn't he?
He's a great patriot. He's an excellent military lawyer. He's very patriotic. And does he travel with you, though, bitch? That was the question. How come that question just couldn't simply be answered? Let's get into it.
He travels with you, doesn't he? Correct? There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with you and advises.
Yes, of course. It's not until he tells you that there is public information out here that shows that he travels with you. Now, all of a sudden, it's yes, of course. Yet now that we say that it is on your letterhead that he is your advisor. Oh, yes, I would consider him my advisor. Of course you did. You put it on letterhead. But when you were asked before he told you that he saw it on letterhead, you couldn't even answer that question. Okay, let's look at the look on this face. I've been busted that he travels with me. What else is coming of this questioning? I'm scared to listen. Are you guys scared to hear what else is coming after this? I have no idea. We're learning at the same time.
Advises you, doesn't he? Correct? There's public Instagram that shows this. Just say yes.
Yes, of course.
Okay. He sits in meetings with you and advises you, doesn't he?
He sits in some meetings on occasion.
Yeah, well, he maintains a desk in an office in the Pentagon, does he not?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
It's a big Pentagon.
Oh, give me a
You
fucking
directly
break.
commissioned Mr. Parlatore in the Naval Reserve as a Navy commander in March 2025, did you not?
I was very proud to do so.
And when you did, because he's a Navy Reserve officer, he didn't have to go through the PPO process, the White House Presidential Personnel Office, right? He wasn't vetted by White House PPO.
Uniformed service members don't get vetted by.
The answer is yes. He didn't have to be vetted by White House PPO. He didn't go through the Senate confirmation process either, did he? The answer is no.
I don't know what you're getting to, but Tim's
No,
fantastic.
I'll tell you what I'm getting to. The answer
What he's getting to is asking you a yes or no question. That's what he's getting to. I don't know what you're getting to. See, he doesn't even know how to answer truthfully because he don't know what he's getting to. So unless he know what he's getting to, it depends on how he will answer these yes or no questions. If I don't know what you're getting to, I'm going to sit up here with a stupid smirk on my face and chew the inside of my gums. Because I'm a consummate liar. Let's get into this.
vetted
The
by
answer is yes. He didn't have to be vetted by White House PPO. He didn't go through the Senate confirmation process either, did he? The answer is no.
I don't know what you're getting to, but Tim is a fantastic.
I'll tell you what I'm
American.
getting to. The
He does
answer is
great
no,
work.
right?
He does great work.
Okay. He didn't maintain a security clearance when you appointed him as special advisor. Is that right?
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
I mean, anybody that has access to sensitive material is going to have the appropriate clearance.
Okay.
Well, then why would you have to check? Why couldn't you simply says, yes, he has maintained his security clearance all throughout him being my advisor, assistant, motherfucking a booty plunger, whatever. How come you have to check? A consummate liar. And all of this bravado about Christianity and Christian principles and having these white nationalist pastors come in and try to brainwash the troops. A consummate liar.
So when you...
I'd have to check.
You don't know?
I mean, anybody that has access to sensitive material is going to have the appropriate clearance.
Okay, so when you appointed a special advisor, he had a security clearance?
You're trying to piece together a timeline.
No, I'm asking a simple question. One of your special...
No, he's not trying to
did he have a
piece...
security
No,
clearance?
he's not trying to piece together anything. He's asking you straightforward questions that you should have the answer to, since he's your personal advisor who travels with you. He's not trying to do anything. He's asking you straightforward questions. Now, all of a sudden, you're being victimized. The great warrior, with the great warrior what is it? Ethos. The warrior with the great warrior ethos is being victimized by simple, straightforward questions.